correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not well versed in this in the Kurdish culture itself. Um, Unlike Israelis, I recognize that I don't know everything about every culture, um, and I'm willing to admit that. But Kurdish people, if they get an independent territory or state, something they would call their own, do you think that they would allow it to be used in a way where it would eventually lead to its destruction?
Okay,
And I don't know anything about the
Kurdish
Kurdish.
people, when you were talking about Kurdish,
Yeah.
Kurdish people, you're not talking about the they call it Haraki or something like this guy that who's trying to take over the Kurdish part. You're not talking about this people. Like when you were talking about if Iraqis take over their country, do you think they're gonna be in ISIS? You're not talking about ISIS. ISIS is a separate thing. So they just trying to they're Kurds and they're trying to take over the Kurdish territory, and then they're gonna say what they are. They're gonna say, okay, we are going to be, this is our name and this is our flag and this is our agenda, and then it's gonna take like 6 months for them to get out of the closets. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, probably if the Kurds wants to be separated and independence, they're not going to be I don't know, attacking Iran, or they don't want to attack other countries. But these are rebels. These are not. And if you know, the Kurds actually had an election, like I guess 4 or 5 years ago, and like 90% of the Kurds they actually voted to be independent and to get to be to I don't know, to run as a federal country or to have their own state. But the governor and the head of the Kurds, they decided to stay with Iraq for some reason. And if they want to be independent, this governor actually is the one who got elected by 90%, not the rebels who wants to topple them and take over the territory. So these are you can call them the same thing that ISIS.
He's saying the rebels are different. The rebels are
Rebels are Kurds too, okay?
But they don't have the same agenda as the Kurds that want to build
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So no one actually knows that what they're trying to do until they probably take over a couple of the cities, and then they come up with some Toyotas and a gold and flag and I don't know, some statement or the.
Say Toyotas.
You're gonna say Toyotas. Don't worry about it. You're gonna see lots of Toyotas.
Really, you just said he liked the Toyotas.
That's
they need to sell those things in the U.S. I mean, MAGA would buy them up like crazy.
This is a car that they try to occupy it. I mean, it's their choice. I know.
No, that's like the signature vehicle of terrorists and whatever in the Middle East. That's a signature vehicle. I mean, Toyota should lean into that, saying if it's good enough for ISIS, it's good enough for your family. That should be their tagline.
I shouldn't have said that's their choice. They're going to be equipped by others, by Toyota. Like they give them Toyota. It's not that they really want to choose between other brands and they say, okay, we want to have 3 Toyotas. For some reason, like 2, actually no, it's now maybe 3 or 4 weeks. I saw some guy in Instagram. He was saying that I'm a I don't know, dealer. That's I'm doing the dealing cars and everything. And what's interesting for me is in Dubai, there is a huge amount of Toyotas for sale right now, and I don't know what's going on. Probably we're going to see some City group burning from now. It was like 3 or 4 weeks ago, right when the Iran-Israel war was going to happen. So
So Fred, Ida is saying that you're on a payroll of IRGC. Is it true?
What was that?
He's saying that you're on a payroll of IRGC. Is it true?
And why aren't you sharing the wealth if it is true?
If actually I was against IRGC before like 40 of them get killed by Israel. Right now, I'm not even ashamed if someone is going to call me IRGC, and so it's they're protecting Iran, I can say.
So I'm Palestinian. We get caught, as IRGC supporters, but we're not supporters of the IRGC. We're supporters of the Iranian people. It's up to the Iranians what they want to do in their own country. Yeah, but
Okay,
that's what we're
That
against.
lady down in the audience is Iranian. She claimed that
She lives in California.
she supports the killing of they're all IRGC that were killed. Can you believe it? More than 40 children were killed. They were all IRGC in Iran.
Well,
let's
they weren't wearing uniforms.
You guys realize that she could be a Zionist just pretending that she's from Iran?
Well,
that picture is not her for sure.
Yeah, I looked up her picture, man. It doesn't exist anywhere. She's fake. But
But if these people were not wearing uniforms, this is according to Israel when it came to October 7th with the reservists that were killed. If they're not wearing uniforms, then they're civilians. Now, Israel attacked at night, and attacked these people's homes and killed their families along with them. Okay, so they obviously were not wearing uniforms. They were considered civilians. Now, why doesn't Israel stick to its own, definitions, its own policies? Why isn't it not so consistent? When it comes to Palestinians, there's a different standard, but when it comes to Israel, attacking another nation, that the standard changes. This is what gets me so upset.
I didn't get your question actually, but I have another question from you. Why would someone call IRGC a terroristic group and not IDF? Like, what makes IRGC a bad organization from Iran? We need to discuss this because they're trying to just say IRGC is bad, IRGC is bad, IRGC is bad. We need to see why they call it it's bad. Okay, it's bad for people of Iran for some reasons, but why in general we need to hate IRGC so much? Because right now the one who is saving Iran is IRGC, and you cannot we have two army in Iran. We have Artisan IRGC, Artisan Sabah, but you cannot distinguish between them. You cannot say, okay, IRGC can go and Artisan states. No, they're so blend into each other that you cannot say, okay, these two are different entities. So why this is exactly the propaganda that is leading by Zionists and Israel for people of Iran to hate IRGC so they can get rid of them, and then they can topple Iran, topple the whole country.
And how can the Iranian people work on reforming their country if they're being attacked with sanctions, with military action, with threats for the last over 2 decades?
Okay,
2 decades.
Good point. And that's for them to be able to put sanctions in Iran, and they don't have any entities that they want to start sanctioning. IRGC was the goal, it was the target. Okay, so they start putting all the sanctions on IRGC, and because of IRGC on Iran, because they say IRGC is a terroristic group, and we're gonna put sanctions on them. What was the result of that? No one could get into Europe, into United States, into any other countries, because they said, okay, you might be served because you need to go to like a mandatory service. For Iran, for military, when you age 18, and they will say, okay, because you serve for military, you might serve for IRGC. IRGC is a terrorist group, so we won't let you in. Okay, and that caused a lot of pain and a lot of hate from Iranian to IRGC, that because of no reason. Okay, they started to create a hate from inner side of Iran and people regarding the military who's trying to save Iran sovereignty. That's what I'm trying to say. So the more I dig down, I'm realizing that okay, I was a fool, like Ida down there too. And I don't believe she's actually an Iranian because her English is very good. But
He's catfishing from California. It's a he or she. I don't know.
I don't. She's typing fast and she's speaking very good. Her English is good. So until I don't listen her Persian accent, I don't believe she's Persian. Anyway.
Yeah, they do really Persian.
Hey, come up and prove your, that you're from the IRGC or you don't support that. Come up, talk in with Farsi. Otherwise, you're nothing but a fucking Zionist fuck. That's on this.
Probably Pejman. Pejman's speaking fun.
People are sleeping, then why the fuck are you typing? Go back to sleep. Why the fuck are you here? Just like Rolo down in the audience is the Aussie, you know?
Amir Baba, I just came up to tell you.
I'm gonna change my name to Fawad.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna change my name to Fawad.
No cursing.
Should I change my name to Fawad? Should I change my name
You
to
don't
Fawad?
have to. It's already your name. No cursing, Amir Baba.
Are we gonna
You're the
start?
one that dogs your friends.
Amir Baba, no cursing, brother. Calm down. I don't want you to
No,
get
are we here to pray, Nor?
You're an old man. I said my evening prayers already. Did you?
No, it has to be from the Torah, not from the Tanakh.
I don't know what the Tanukh is. We
Tanakh.
don't pray from the Torah either. We pray from the Siddur. And the prayers that I posted are from the Siddur, where we have our daily prayer.
How the fuck are you doing?
Have any
You don't
questions?
pray at all, you idiot.
I do 3 times a day, brother.
You don't.
Praise the shaitan.
Wallahi.
Praise the shaitan.
Wallahi.
Well, can you pray for those that are doing the oppression in the world to be?
That's not one of our prayers.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
That's right. So I say our Jewish prayers, and you say your Muslim prayers. And yes, that means I am a true liberal, as you suggested. Thank you.
So can you?
Convert me? We don't do conversions.
No, I don't want you in my religion.
Your religion doesn't allow you to pray. Your religion doesn't allow you to pray against oppression.
My religion has prayers. It's called Judaism. I taught you the ones about Zion, which is Jerusalem.
So you're
do you want
not
to pray our
allowed.
prayers?
You're not
Wait, do you want
allowed
to
to
say?
pray
Hang on.
against.
Hang on. Do you want to say our prayers of Hashem and the Jewish people return to Zion?
No,
You
I
want
want
to pray
you to
about
pray.
Zion? Oh, you
I
don't
want you to pray
Okay.
against the oppressors.
That's fine, I know, and I want you to pray for Zion, but we're
So
different, aren't we?
why not pray against the oppressors?
I'll do it.
You're terrified. You're terrified.
I want to do the Zion prayer.
Terrified. You will never do
We're
it.
kicking your
You
ass.
will
What
never
you're to
do
be
it. You
afraid
will
of.
never do it. You will
I
never do it.
I hope that the real Jewish people
In this lifetime, I am unlikely
You
to be a
will never
Muslim.
pray against the oppressors. You will never.
I'm not going to do
That's
Muslim
the word.
prayers.
See how big
You
of a
want to do
scumbag
Jewish
you are.
prayers with me?
Pray against the oppressors.
I want to, Nor,
Pray
can I?
against the oppressors, man.
I can do a Jewish prayer.
Prove us wrong. Pray against the oppressors.
What do you
You
prove wrong
can't.
about
You're
what?
a
What do you
scumbag
want?
son of a bitch.
Oh,
Pray
those
against the
nasty
oppressors.
words.
Pray.
Are you
It's
a
okay, you're
naughty
a
boy,
scumbag.
Blackfish?
It's okay, you're a scumbag.
Are
You
you a
deserve
naughty
So,
boy?
I wanna
Nasty word.
I want to give a prayer to the Jews.
Are you sad much?
No Zionist in the world would pray against the oppressors. No Zionist would pray against the oppressors. Never.
Not all of us at once. Okay, you finish.
Wait, I want to pray for the. I want to pray. Okay, this is a good prayer for the Jews. If I'm a Muslim, I want to pray.
Did you hear the announcement out of the White House?
Hold on. Let me pray. Let me pray.
You did this already.
No, not that. Let me pray. So I will pray that I pray that the real Jews will come to Jerusalem.
We're here already.
Where they will be welcome.
We're here.
Where the Jews that believe in equality and do not believe in oppression and occupation and violence, and believe in the equality and respect of all people, I pray these Jews come to Zion.
Your prayers were answered. Your prayers were answered. Your prayers are very powerful. Very powerful, Edward.
Okay, what is your new? What is this this amazing news from the White House?
God favors you. Israel and the United States announced a new agreement about artificial intelligence, security, and energy. It's breaking news. You should check it out.
It doesn't match.
Apparently, they're not buying your weird narrative.
What narrative?
The oppression lies, the fake genocide lies.
Saudi Arabia and Iran are talks right now as we speak.
They've been talking a lot. You know who was thrilled when we bombed Iran?
Maybe they're coming up with something.
You know who, by the way,
Saudi Arabia, China, Russia.
It's new that
China's preparing
China's
preparing for Taiwan too. You know, you never know what could happen.
This is only new. The Arabs are now defending Israel like Saudi
You never
Arabia.
know what could happen. You never know normal.
But I think what will happen is that China is going to back the United States.
You never know.
Oh, we know.
I have a question from you, normal. Why did you stop the war? You have all the it's gone.
Which war?
The war with Iran. Why do you think Israel stopped the war? Like, they had control of the skies and they had all the ground. They could beat the shit out of us. Okay. Why do you think? Why didn't you continue like 2 more months?
It's unnecessary.
Why didn't you continue to?
I told you why. Donald Trump begged for a peace deal, and he got it.
Oh,
And we take care of our friends, and our friends take care of us.
Oh, so you, the only reason that you were so sorry for us.
How were you taken care of?
What does that mean, sorry for you? I'm sorry you were oppressed.
I like how he was taken care of. How did you guys take care of him?
Why do you ask a question and then talk over the answer?
No, I mean, that's what you said. You said
What I said?
because we begged for ceasefire. You
No,
just
Trump asked for a ceasefire. I don't know what you begged for.
And why would Trump ask for a ceasefire when you can beat the shit out of us?
I will tell you why. Because war creates instability, and nobody wants it.
Get the fuck out of here! You're not talking to children, okay?
No, I
Get the fuck
understand.
out. Okay.
So Netanyahu said he doesn't want an entrenched war with Iran. Why not? Because Israel's so powerful. Why not?
We took out your generals, your nuclear program.
Why wouldn't you
your
continue
military.
to beating
You're
us?
talking over the answers.
Why would you stop
I'll
the
wait
bleeding
till you're
war?
done. Go ahead, I'll mute up.
Why would you not just give me a good answer, and not just bullshitting me, okay? Why would you stop a winning war when you have the control over the sky, and you can beat the shit out of us, and you can do anything, whatever you want to do with this country? So you have no other targets in Iran that you can beat?
Do you remember what the aims of the war were? We finished those aims.
Who said what's the aims of the war?
The
what
aims
was the
were
statement
to attack.
Who said
You're
those
going to talk
aims?
over the answer. Netanyahu. You're not very smart, are you? You don't listen to me.
Oh, so you decide who's the smart, right?
If you
You
don't
a
know
stupid ass calling me not the smart.
What is that?
You a stupid ass calling me not the smart.
Oh, that's a personal attack. I can't help you with that.
Okay.
Well, what's your question?
No, I'm not the smart. It's not a personal attack.
I beg your pardon?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What is your question?
My question is, why did you stop the war?
I told you why.
So,
What did you hear me say?
and it wasn't because you were under attack by missiles that you couldn't do anything about it.
Do you know that there were less than 30 people
It
killed?
wasn't because if the war was
Oh, you wanna-
continued, you didn't have anything to be proud of.
I mean, could you not be prouder than the way we humiliated the
So it wasn't because of the missiles that
Wow,
was
you wanna
hitting
talk.
your cities
How many people
like
died?
fireworks.
How many people died?
How do you answer me? Why would you stop a war when you beat the shit out
You
of
don't
us?
count the answer is humiliating to you. I don't want to
You
humiliate you.
count
You're my
victory by how
brother.
many people you Humiliate me. I want to be humiliated.
Oh, what's that? You want to be humiliated?
Winning a war is not dependent on how many people you kill.
Who said that it was?
You did.
No, I didn't say that.
How many people died in Israel?
Under 30, including 5 Arabs.
Yeah, well, yes, I
I didn't have you, but I'm saying you
To
have.
show you that you did next to no.
Cordley.
Huh?
Yeah, how many military bases were destroyed according to Israeli
Nothing
media?
was destroyed.
Yes, there was.
Some targets were,
Five
but nothing was
Israeli
destroyed.
military bases were destroyed.
Huh?
$5 billion in losses.
They received.
In only 12 days,
they
had
were not
$5 billion
destroyed.
in losses.
Go look again. They weren't.
How
destroyed.
long was the war between Iran?
12 days.
How much money did you guys lose?
I don't know. I
$5
don't.
billion.
What's that? Who?
Nothing.
Nothing. Do you know what our annual
That's half
GDP
a billion
is?
every day.
Do you know what our GDP is? I bet you don't. 600 billion a year, and our
That's
economy
500
went up
500
after the
billion.
war.
Then why don't you beg the U.S. to
That's
get
not our
money
tax
from
money.
us?
We don't beg. It's a partnership. There's no
why would
begging.
you
Tax money.
Oh,
you
in
want tax
partnership,
money?
don't just. What kind of partnership is this? Friends for
It's a
benefits?
partnership in which we share intelligence and
So,
weapons.
by the way, it was actually
fuck.
more
What's
than
your next
10 billion.
question?
Hold on,
Stay focused, stay
It was
focused.
actually 10 billion, not 5 billion.
Huh? I'm not sure. Well, we don't know the truth.
Hold on. The building structures, they cost a lot of money. The military
Yeah.
bases were hit.
It was one of the
Recently came
greatest
out,
military campaigns of all time.
every
Historic
day,
military campaign.
those
You
things that
realize
they
that?
were using the defense system, it was costing them every time they shoot
Yes,
down
it
one of
does
the
cost
rockets or
money.
whatever.
You
It was
know what's
costing them
weird?
$5 to $10 million.
We actually care about keeping our people safe. Iran just pissed their money away. You know, their economy is down 50%. 50%, and you don't protect your civilians. Go ask your government why. Don't you want a regime change, honestly? Don't you want one? I think you do.
Regime change in Israel.
You know what? Well, we don't have a regime. We have a parliamentary democracy.
Netanyahu's been in power
Hang
for
on a
almost 30
second. I want to
years.
respond to
How's
what
that
you said.
democracy?
It's the
How long has
people.
Netanyahu been in power?
This
More
time
than
about
20 years.
No,
More than
it's
20 years.
altogether.
He is in power for 50 years.
Yes, you do.
Huh? No, you don't.
That's a regime. That's a tyrant.
It's not, because it's a parliamentary
It is.
democracy.
That's not a democracy.
Well, you don't know what the meaning of the word is, then. It's
Well, you
representative
didn't know what you're
government.
talking about, Nervo.
I do. Democracy is representative government. It comes from the Greek word. Look it up.
That's not a democracy.
That's exactly what it means. Shall I
No,
read
it's
it to you
not.
from the dictionary?
You guys have a Knesset system. That's not
Should I
democracy.
read? That's a parliamentary
You guys have an
democracy.
you guys have an
Knesset
ethno
is a
state. An
parliamentary
ethno state is not a
democracy.
democracy.
Say that
Ethno
again?
state is not a democracy.
It's not an ethno state. It's a secular democracy. Democracy. I'll read
Is
it to you.
Israel a Jewish state?
Yes. Democracy
Does
is a
that
system
sound
of government. Hang on. Where power.
I think Switzerland is the only one that really is a
Say
democracy.
again. Say again.
I think Switzerland is.
Say again.
I think Switzerland is the only, as far as I know, Switzerland is the only, technically the only real democracy. I could be wrong, but there might be others. But Switzerland, you get to vote directly, and there's no like electoral college like we have in the U.S.
Israel is a parliamentary democracy. The United States is also
You
a
don't understand.
democracy.
No, it isn't. The United States is a republic. The United States is a republic.
Republic is the way that the
It's a
states are
constitutional
organized.
republic.
Yes, it's a constitutional republic. It's a constitutional democratic republic and a democracy. It's 100%. Democracy just means that you elect representatives, and that's what we do.
No, democracy means that you cast your vote directly for most
Well, that's
decisions
definition.
of the government directly to the government.
Middle
That
East is a
would be
democracy.
a
Then they're all
direct democracy. It's not a direct democracy. By the way,
Name another democracy who one person is on power for 20 years.
well, he wasn't in power for 30 years, and he was elected
He wasn't.
democratically, and it hasn't been 30 years straight. So we've had 5 prime ministers in the past few years, actually. You guys don't really know what you're talking about again. No,
We do
That's
know
all
what we're talking about.
I
Since the
said 20
90s,
years.
he's been in power. Just
Say
because he's
again?
pushed out a couple of times doesn't mean
Say
it's
again?
democracy.
No, there's been 5 different prime ministers
Yeah,
in
just
this
like
time.
Putin. How long has Putin been in power?
Well,
So that's
Putin,
democracy?
Putin is not a democracy. That's an
Okay,
authoritarian
there you go.
dictatorship. So
Yes, you're right.
because
It's
you
the same
because
thing
you
in,
can't
it's the
vote
same
in
thing in
Russia.
Israel.
Say again?
Yes, you can.
No,
Same thing in Israel.
no, it's not the same thing. You have like 15 parties in Israel, and you have shared power.
Yeah, we have
You don't really know very
15
much
parties
about
in
this.
China too. Like
Say again?
we have 15 parties in China too.
No, the premier voted himself
No,
premier for
China
life
has
in
lots
China.
of parties too.
China
As long as
was
Israel.
voted himself premier for life in China. Look, just look it up. Don't believe me. Go, just use your little magic phone in your hand. Look it up.
China has
Look up what a democracy is.
15 Communist Party. The same. 15 Communist Party.
I beg your
with different
pardon?
names.
Okay, what is your point?
You gotta clean out your ears, normal. Can't keep repeating.
Well, everybody's talking at once because you're like, it's feeding time at the zoo. When it's feeding time, I can't hear one person at a time.
I was talking about.
So, guys, finish your cookies or whatever you're having, and we can keep talking. One at a time, though. Go ahead.
You're not a very handsome man. You got
I'm not
some
trying
nerve.
to be. Well,
He needs
as long as the women, as long
He's
as the
time to
women,
think, so
as long as the women
couldn't do
find me handsome, I'm delighted.
Don't
It's a gift from Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Huh?
I wouldn't
But I
know
think
what
it's interesting that you chose to mention it. It almost means that you think the opposite, doesn't it?
No,
Yes.
I don't like white men.
Okay, I'm not a white man. I'm a Jew.
For a white man.
I would imagine that I get as dark as you, not
You're
having
white
seen
man.
you. Huh?
You're,
I am so offended.
Yeah,
You're not
I'm darker than you, Edward. But don't be offended. Don't let that get to you.
You're not white, right,
No
Norm?
problem.
I mean, you're not white.
Say
You're
again?
like brown, right? You're a brown. You identify as a brown person.
Do you mean my race or what?
I don't know. I mean, just generally, you
What do you
identify as a
ask
brown
me?
person.
Jews existed before the European idea of race. We're sort of irrelevant to that idea. We don't do race in Israel.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
So did most people. Most cultures existed before the European construct of race.
Totally agree.
But it's still
Mostly
used.
construct. No, it's not actually. It's been
Yes, it
thrown
is.
out long ago.
You use it on Teddy Swims the other day when you
Teddy Swims?
thought he was brown
Teddy-
because he's Muslim.
Teddy's
You
above you
brought
and
up
normal.
color. I
Normal,
said he
Teddy's
was
above
colonized. You
Teddy's
be
above
brown,
you.
Edward. You don't
He's the
remember
colonizer.
what...
He's
Oh my
British.
God, Norm.
He's British. He's the colonizer. He's above you and above me.
No, Islam colonized him.
Yes,
Islam-
Teddy's
he
above
was
you and above
colonized
me.
by
Don't go to Islam. That's not what you meant. That's not what you meant.
That's exactly what I said.
No, that's when he
That's
was
what I
exposed to be
said.
a white man. That's what he changed to. Come on, Norm.
Right.
You're not selling a used car here.
I never said he was white or black or anything.
Oh,
I
stop
said he was
twisting it. That's not what I said.
There's no way to get it.
What's not what you said? Not what I
You assumed he was brown because
Why
he's
would you say
Muslim.
I assumed?
You okay?
Why
I'll
would
give
you
you.
say
I'll
that?
tell you why. I'll tell you
Yeah, I
why.
wanna hear.
Number one.
I
You
said
said
he was colonized.
You see, wait. You're answering your own question.
That's right. I said he was colonized. And he was by Islam.
No. Then you asked him
no.
who his. No, you asked him then who his parents are.
Yes,
you didn't
I
say
did.
Islam.
Yes, I did.
Why did you ask him where his parents came from?
Because I wanted to answer your question as to what do I mean by colonized.
What? Oh my God, this guy is insane.
So the colonizer
He has a talent.
The colonizer denied the entry of the Jews coming on the ship in America,
What's that?
and in the UK they were denied entry. You know, on the ship, right?
What?
The colonizers denied
your
the
thing
entry
is
of the
weird.
Jews.
Your audio is weird. Get fixed.
Yeah, I said the colonizers
Yeah.
denied the entry of the Jews into the
Not true.
UK.
Not true.
1939, 900
Not true.
Jews on the ship were denied.
Not true.
Okay,
I don't know
not
who
true.
you mean
but
by
that's
the
true.
colonizer. You don't know. You should have.
Colonizers meaning the white people.
You clearly
that-
didn't
that-
go to. No, people who are not white also do colonization. Both China
I'm talking about
and
Americans. I'm talking about
Well,
Americans.
Well,
Americans
then
in the
you
in
said
the
you're
Brits.
equating colonization with
We
skin
got
color.
freedom from the Brits
The
250
Arabs
years
are
ago.
great
What are you on about?
colonizers, and so were the
Stop
Chinese.
lying.
What
We
are
got
you on
our
about?
freedom from the Brits about 250 years.
After a war.
Wow. And they denied the ship in 1939. So
Who
we're
denied
with
the
900 Jews. The
So if-
Europeans
So,
that were occupied.
so if we got freedom from the British, then we were the colonized by the British, not the colonizer.
1939, they denied
what
the
about-
ship over 900 Jews into
What is this? How is this? What does this have to do with any of the things
The
we're
reason why I'm saying is they did not want your people on America.
Right.
They
They
did not
didn't want my people, your people, Chinese people,
No,
black
your
people. Yes,
people.
they were bad
are in-
people.
No, your
Yes.
people on America.
What, say this again? Yes, America is racist. We get that.
So is
Racist
it-
against you and racist against me. That we understand.
So
But
is
what's
it
the
here.
point? Huh?
But we agree.
What?
The point is,
course we agree.
Teddy is one of those colonizers that America got freedom from. Okay, Teddy has that lineage that comes from there. So he's above you and above me. You see what I'm saying?
Teddy is not above anybody.
Teddy is above you.
In Islam, nobody is above anybody.
No, we're not
In
talking about
America,
Islam.
nobody is.
Teddy is
I
above
am.
you. Yeah,
He's
you
not
got your
above
freedom. You got your freedom from.
We kicked their asses.
You
And
did
now
not
they're
get
depending
your
on us. We kicked their ass. Not only did we kick their asses, we also saved them from Hitler. Let's get your facts straight.
Kick him, man.
We, America, obviously.
Look at him.
Look at
Kick him, yeah, fellas, kick him. We're done with him.
Yo, what
Do that snorty laughy thing you do.
Let's try to get Ida.
Do that snorty laughy thing you do, my fish. I want to hear that.
I only do it for your ex-wife.
Oh, who's that?
You know who she is.
No, I don't know. I want to
Of
hear.
course you do, of
You
course.
get triggered. Are you still a virgin, by the way? Or do you have
No, I'm not. I lost it to your ex-wife.
So you're not a virgin anymore?
She loved it. She actually called me.
Did you marry? I thought you were a Muslim. You have sex without marriage? Bad Muslim. Bad Muslim.
Lauren,
Bad Muslim. Haram.
Lauren.
It was worth it. It was worth it. I asked God for forgiveness.
Haram. Oy vey. Haram. Oy, oy, oy. Are you going to convert to Judaism?
Sure. I gave her what you could
Really?
give her.
Okay, good.
I'm more Jew than you are.
The whole thing?
No, she already did it for me.
You're still a virgin, aren't you?
Hey, Normal,
No, I didn't. I actually am not. I lost it on her.
Normal, can you give me Lauren's number?
Who are you talking about? Who's this person?
Lauren,
She did me very good, actually. She did me very good.
So when you lose all the arguments, then
You know that. I'm sure you know that,
I
yeah?
know what now?
You know that she did me very good, right?
Dude, you don't even have a penis.
So normal. I heard. So this is coming from the source.
You're a dickless wonder who cancer
Hold
his own penis. Wait a minute, you're a dickless
Hold
wonder
on a second.
and a virgin.
Hold on. I heard you were asking Danny for her.
You're
nude
watching
photos.
as your people are getting the
you were
shit kicked
asking.
out of them.
Hold on. I heard on this app you were asking Danny for her nude photos, and she's a married woman. You gotta calm down.
Wait a second.
You can't be going around.
Is that not
You can't
true?
be going around and asking Danny, your Jewish sister, for a nude photo.
Who did that?
You did that.
Who's
You did
Lauren
that.
in the chat?
I'm not
Who's Lauren
interested
the
in
chat?
anybody's nude photo.
Normal. There's Lauren in the chat. Do you know Lauren?
Okay. No, I
See it
don't.
in the chat?
Yeah, no, I didn't see it in the chat.
Read the chat.
Hold on.
So you want to say our prayer together now, Jahesh?
No,
How do you
you
do-
know.
That Hashem return to Zion?
And what do you
No.
think? Hey, Danny, can I have your nudes?
Say again?
Is that what you said?
To who?
He asked Danny for
Yep,
nude
he
pictures.
did.
I've
And
never asked
somebody,
anybody for nudes.
guess what? Somebody was in that room when he was telling that, Danny was sharing something about, sending nude. or
Bring
whatever.
Danny in.
He's like, why don't you? Why doesn't Danny send me any photos? Why don't any girls send me any?
No, I
This
didn't
is
say
a
Danny.
disgusting.
I said it.
You
No,
did.
what I
You
said
did.
was,
That's normal.
what I said, I didn't say this to Danny. What I said
You
was,
look
how come
like
nobody
it.
That's your
sent me?
Jewish sister. That's your Jewish sister, and you're doing it to your Jewish, and she's a married woman. By the
Oh,
way,
you're trying to change the subject now. She's not actually married, by the way.
it doesn't matter. She's in a relationship.
I think the reason is that he's a Muslim and she's not really interested.
Shame on you, Normal.
Yeah. What about?
Shame on you. We're not
Shame on me for
surprised,
what?
though.
For being a virgin?
No,
A
for asking
hateful,
her.
violent virgin? Terrorist?
You're a virgin?
Who doesn't help his own people? Why
You're a
don't you
virgin?
help your people, Jahesh?
I
Why?
also, man.
You're Palestinian. You're not really a Palestinian, are you? You're like a Taukistanian.
Then who's the father if you're a virgin?
Are you from Taukistan?
Who's the father if you're a virgin?
Free Taukistan?
Who's the father?
All talk and no action?
That's concerning. Who's the father if you're a virgin?
No, you're the virgin, aren't you? You said you were. Maybe you
No,
lost it.
I told you I lost it on her.
You lost it on who?
Your ex.
Worried about it.
You don't even know my ex. What are you talking
Of
about?
course I do. She's famous.
No?
She's all over the internet.
Oh,
Why you
good. So what is? You don't know her. You saw a picture of somebody on the internet.
No, no. That's not how internet works, bro.
It is how the internet works.
You make the move, and it either works or it doesn't. In my case, it worked.
So you now dream of sleeping with Jewish women, or you're raping?
No, we did it. We did it in Brooklyn City.
No,
Really, Brooklyn City.
Yeah.
When were you in Brooklyn City? When did you go there?
3 weeks ago.
Oh, amazing. I thought terrorists aren't allowed in the United States.
I don't know. Yeah, who's a terrorist?
You?
I don't know how they let me in then.
I don't think they
Hey,
did.
what are you doing in the U.S., Normal?
Say again?
What are you doing in the U.S.?
Me? I'm a filmmaker and an entrepreneur.
Filmmaker?
Oh,
How's about a filmmaker?
He's a cuck. He recorded us.
No.
did he? Did he?
He was enjoying it.
What's the question? Those are nervous laughs, guys.
Okay.
I feel bad for you.
Go
It's
ahead.
all right. It's okay. So you see, with all your bullshit about genocide and oppression, the United States says, let's get together with Israel, the dominant power in the region.
Sure,
And then the sheikhs of Hebron say, listen, we hate these freaking Palestinian authorities.
Debunked. Whatever you're
Look
saying
at
about
it.
the
It's
Sheikh
no.
Jabali,
Look at
debunked.
read the newspaper.
There is an official
Read the
statement coming out
newspaper.
from that
They tried to threaten their lives. The Palestinian Authority is going to be out of a job. They tried to threaten. You want to know what's funny? The Palestinian Authority guys are part of these sheikhs, actually.
Sure, so they're going to be out of a job? So they're going to be
the
out of a
Palestinian
job?
Authority is going to be out of a job,
Sure.
correct?
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am sure. Yeah, I am sure.
Okay, so
You
what's
want to
the
know
problem?
why? Because Israel's not going to give them any more money.
What makes you think that I care about the Palestinian Authority?
I don't think you care about Palestine, actually.
No, there's a difference.
I think you're just a murderous virgin.
But internal
You're just an
politics
angry virgin.
internal politics is none
Huh?
of your business.
What's
I'm not
that?
angry. You're the one who
Sure,
got
it's
dumped.
our business. Everything
You're
is
the
our
one who
business.
got dumped and you're paying
It's
child
called
support.
intelligence.
You're the one
I'm
dumped with child
interested in
support
everything.
payments. You're the
Yeah.
one dumped with
I
child
don't
support
have child
payments.
support payments.
Of course you do.
No, of course I don't.
Of course you do. You don't even
No,
have
it doesn't.
custody over him.
He's grown up. There's no such thing as custody for grown-up kids.
You
There's no
Please.
custody. He does live with me, but that's just incidental.
Yo, today I
Mm.
went to my first gender-neutral bathroom.
No, I'm sure you felt very comfortable.
So,
I went.
as
So
long
we
as
finished,
support-
we finished talking about politics. Now you want to talk about your bathroom habits? I'm not that interested, to be honest. Huh?
I went to let me be quiet. But
What's
no,
that now?
I wanted to see what was inside. So I went in there.
Just a toilet, like every other bathroom.
So a gender-neutral bathroom. Oh my God.
It's a toilet and a sink, like every other bathroom on the planet.
I don't care. I don't want to listen to you. Go away.
What do you mean? Listen, you're here talking to me. It's not my fault. I didn't make this happen. You're in a meals room.
Wanted pedophile.
Say again?
Did you know Epstein? Did you know Epstein? Did you know Epstein?
No, did you?
No.
Were you on his island?
No.
How come you're so obsessed with him? Huh?
Jews know him.
Jew? Well, everybody knows him. You got to know every person on the planet. Got to know the freaking Prince of England.
He's a popular Jew.
I beg your pardon?
He's a popular Jew.
Who, the Prince of England? No.
No,
He's not.
Epstein.
He's dead. Guy killed himself.
No, he didn't. The Mossad killed him.
He's dead. How could the Mossad get into a prison?
Yeah, killed him.
Silly.
Anyway.
Silly.
Why did they
Officially
release?
ruled as
Why did
suicide.
they
If you have
release-
other information, feel free to offer.
Wait. Why did they release videotape of the prison? What is it now? 4 years later? When at first they said there was no videotapes.
I don't think they said that. I think they
They
said
did?
that the cameras were off.
Yeah, they said it was off.
But they didn't say there were no videotapes. They said the cameras were
How
off.
can it be off and then all of a sudden you have video?
Video of what?
I thought he was on
Video of what?
The door to his prison cell.
I didn't see that videotape. I think they're talking about video inside the cell.
No, it's not
Again.
inside, it's outside.
Say again? There's no
It's
cameras in the
outside.
cell? No camera in the
Outside.
cell?
No.
Okay. I didn't check up on the
They're,
details.
they're claiming to have released 11 hours of video.
Yeah, and did they have the video of him hanging himself?
No.
So then they don't have the video.
It's the outside. That's what I said the whole time.
So it's irrelevant. Right?
The point is, they lied at first and said the cameras were down and the guards were asleep.
You should
And
write
then
them a
now
letter.
they said they released
You should write them a letter
11 hours
about
of
that.
video.
Write them a letter.
His job was for
Say that again. You're not near the phone.
job the whole time, and they lost his job saying, "Oh, you were asleep. Why come you didn't see this man commit suicide?"
I can't help you on that one.
Anyway, I was in a gender-neutral bathroom today. I just want to
You were what?
was in a gender-neutral bathroom. I was shocked.
Nice. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I hope that whole stuff gets reversed.
This was Brooklyn has become.
Normo, thank you for attacking IRGC. We, the people of Iran, thank you. Heart, heart, Israeli flag, Mogen David. You're welcome. You are most welcome. Thank the United States, too. Aida. Thank the U.S., too.
Who's that? Oh, is that Lauren?
They're in the chat. No, Aida. They're in the chat. You can read it yourself. If you want, I'll copy and paste it.
No. That means you'll be in my PMs. No, thank you.
Your PMs?
Yes.
No, you mean DMs.
It's
No, I don't mean send it to you. I mean copy and paste it in the chat. You'll notice that I have not DM'd.
Normal, like,
Nor is it likely that I ever do. Say again.
I have a genuine question.
I doubt that highly. Listen, I'm going to put $1 down right now. And if you ask me a genuine question, that's how
all you can afford. That's all you can afford?
No, I can afford plenty. That $1, I just don't like to bet or anything. This $1 goes to charity if it's
of my choice.
If it's a genuine question, my choice.
Sure.
A Jewish cause. Huh?
His own,
Why does it matter? Why does it matter if Jewish?
He probably has a non-profit in his name.
I give it to a Jewish cause because this is my job is to help the Jews. This is what Amir was oddly asking when I was in Judea and Samaria. What's his name? Amir was asking me to give money to the poor.
To be honest with you, I don't mind giving it to a Jewish cause.
Good. Well, I'm going to give it to a Jewish cause.
I know you don't care about other people. I do.
Sure, I do. Jews are the most philanthropic group in America.
Listen.
Listen. Just say the thing. Don't say listen.
My genuine question for you.
Yeah.
Did you ever seek professional help or therapy?
For what?
For like your mental state.
What's my mental state?
It
I'm
must be
clearer than you. I see reality. You talk nonsense.
I think you're
reality with your ugly ass sunglasses.
Oh, you don't like my glasses now? That's your big insight? Okay, that wasn't a genuine question.
It was, but you didn't answer.
Charity. I did. I said for what?
You either say yes, I seek professional help, or no.
No, I don't seek professional. What is professional help even?
So you've never been evaluated by like a mental health specialist?
No. What does that even
When did you
mean?
start losing hair, Normal?
Huh? What's that?
When did you start losing your hair?
Listen. You have an idea about how old I am. It's not the right idea, but I have more hair than most guys my age, and I'm very satisfied with it. I think it looks great. I mean, not until very recently, I would say, did the hairline recede. But believe me, it's a lot of hair. In fact, I have to cut it a lot. I'm very happy I have as much as I have, and girls do not seem to mind. What else?
You keep on that shit. I don't believe it.
Say again, what?
I said you keep on talking that shit. I don't believe it.
Talking what shit? You can see it in my photo.
Talking your shit. I don't believe it.
What shit don't you believe?
I don't believe that women are attracted to you.
Yes, you do. You mentioned it a minute ago. You told me ugly, which means that you find me attractive. Otherwise, you wouldn't bring up my looks. Believe me, girls don't go, "Oh, you're ugly." If the guy's really ugly, they wouldn't. Girls are too nice. I mean, you might be different. You said it because you. It's a fact. Come on. To be honest with you, it's a beautiful picture. I can't lie.
What?
Yeah, it's a great picture. It's a handsome guy. I mean, I'm not like George saying I'm like Greek perfection, but that's a handsome guy. There's no question about it. Anyway, I get this is what the girls tell me. What do I know about handsome men? Maybe you think George is handsome. He tells you how handsome he is. What?
George needs to be Turkey.
Huh?
No, I'm not attracted to white men. I'm not understanding it.
I don't either. George is like Greek or something. It's not a white man. Jews are not white men.
Okay.
I mean, white men are like blonde.
I'm attracted to men like Lee.
Who is Lee? In the room?
Yes.
Let me look. By the way, believe it or not, I'm still going to synagogue, so I gotta go. Let me look at Lee. You're not attracted to men like Lee.
I'm going to the synagogue right now.
Yeah, right now. Lee is wearing a costume.
When are you not going to the synagogue?
We go 3 times a day, so in between I'm not. But sometimes I stay there and do stuff for the synagogue. And sometimes I'm talking to you from there. Huh?
You curse at us from the synagogue? That's not very...
I don't curse at you. I don't curse at you.
Nice,
I don't do that. I mean, if nobody was there, one might, but I don't curse very much. I'm pretty low on the cursing. If somebody curses at me, maybe I'll say it back, but it's quite rare. I mean, I don't curse on my rate because I wanted to set a good example for
You're
my
a
kids.
scumbag son of a bitch. You said no examples, you fucking scumbag.
Oh, you're very triggered now. Get married and maybe you'll be less
I'm
angry.
not triggered at all.
Get married and you'll be less. Find some poor,
bitch.
find some peasant girl with no shoes who will marry you.
sit there and talk
Buy her
about
some
you're a very
flip-flops.
peaceful man. You're a
Buy her
scumbag,
some.
filthy bitch.
Oh,
That's what
you're
you
so
are.
triggered. Oh,
I'm not
poor
triggered
baby.
at all, you
Poor
little
baby.
bitch.
So tell me why you don't help your people.
I help
Why?
my people.
How do you do it? I thought you were a big fighter. Oh.
None of my business. None of your
No,
business.
it's nobody's business because it doesn't exist.
Of course, it's no one's
You're
business.
all talk and no action.
Sure, if
You're a broke loser.
If that makes you happy.
You're a broke loser and everybody
I'm broke.
knows it.
I'm a broke loser.
A broke loser.
Yeah.
You're a broke loser.
I
Pathetic.
was working as a manager for a jewelry store.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting, yeah?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So would you get minimum wage?
No, I'm just asking you, how is it working as a manager at a jewelry store?
$7 an hour?
You tell me? You're the one with the experience, not me.
What's your experience?
Jewelry store manager.
What jewelry store?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, me neither.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the rabbi.
Maybe it's the rabbi. Rabbi Shmuley.
So bad to run your
You guys are
filthy
so
mouth.
fascinated with Jews. You know what's interesting? You guys want to get close to God, but your anger takes you away. Your hatred of Jews. You know who we are.
Jews.
Hatred of Jews. This is why you get.
I got a question.
No, wait, don't interrupt me. If you have a question, don't interrupt. If you have a question, don't interrupt. When I'm finished,
Even let him.
I'll answer your question. I was in the middle of a sentence. I was in the middle of a sentence. No, you hold on. No, you hold on, Tesh. I was talking. I was talking. So here's what I'm going to say. You guys want to get close to God, but your hatred takes you away. Your hatred, your murder, the way you treat your children. Do you want to know why you're so nasty? Because your parents treat you horribly. Because of the honor killings. Because they make you into shaheeds. And then you take out this anger on other people. That's why you go so angry and violent.
Do you have shaheeds in Judaism or as Jews? Do you have shaheeds? But listen, do you have shaheeds in
The
Judaism?
reason why you're so angry is because of
Do you
the way
have
your parents.
No, my question for you is that do you have
No,
shaheeds?
I know, but I have your answer.
No, you can't answer. You're
You
running
put
away.
bombs on your children.
Do you have shaheeds?
You put bombs on
Do you
people.
have shaheeds?
Why do you blow up your children? You answer mine and I'll answer yours. Why do you blow up your children, you murderer?
Answer, tell us.
You terrorist garbage. Why do you blow up your children?
All
Not
triggered.
triggered. You interrupted me. I was in the middle of explaining why
Do
you're.
you have shaheeds in your religion?
What's the shaheed?
You tell us. You're the one who's making this. You tell us. What is it?
You don't know what the word is.
I know what it is. I know
You know what it is?
I do absolutely know what it is.
Are you afraid to say what it is?
No, I just want to make sure that you know what the fuck you're talking about.
I do.
So what is shaheed?
You tell me. You're the one who used the word in the sentence.
Look it up quickly. I'll give you the
No,
30
you look
seconds
it
to
up,
look it
shut
up.
your ass.
I'll tell you.
You look it up. Yalla, wallahi.
You're a trash.
Yani, wallahi. Why do you say the name of God when you kill people? You don't do that.
One second, Chucky.
Yeah, one second. Why do you say the name of God when you kill people?
I tell you something.
Isn't that sacrilege?
I really feel good when people like you speak. Like actually.
Okay, I feel good when you speak.
I'm not even joking.
You make
I'm
scientists in here.
100% serious with
Yes,
you. Like
you make scientists. I'm very glad when you
I
speak too.
really enjoy.
No, I really enjoy you too. I enjoy you more because it reminds me of what we have to do.
What do you
I
have to
like to see the face of my enemy
What do
because
you
it
have to
fills
do?
me with energy.
do? What do you have
You
to do?
give me inspiration. You make me younger. You make me younger.
What do you have to do? What do you have to do?
What do we have to do to ensure that our enemies don't commit crime?
You're your own enemy.
No, I don't think so.
You
You're
guys
the one,
are your own winning.
you're the one who has nothing, remember? Remember the nothing that you had?
What does your book say about the weak? Amalek, remember? Amalek?
Yes, that's you.
Yeah,
It
what
says
was
to
the story?
remember you.
What's the story about the Amalek? Who did they
We did this
attack?
last
They
night. Are you
attacked the
smoking weed?
weak.
No,
They
that's not
attacked
exactly right.
the weak.
They
Yes.
attacked the weary
No.
and the stragglers. Listen to that sick laugh. Like a crazy
Yeah.
person. Were you ever evaluated, by the way, psychologically? Seriously?
No, actually, no.
You weren't? Are you sure? Do you not do that in your religion?
I'm a very successful individual.
I bet you sound like it. You sound like it. You sound like a demented villain.
I actually am.
Yeah, you actually sound like a demented villain. That laugh was creepy.
Like the way you're
Creepy.
speaking right now,
Creepy.
the way you're speaking makes
Creepy, Jahesh.
It actually does.
Creepy. You sound creepy as hell with that laugh. Do the laugh again. I want to hear it.
Sure. Your wife's like this.
Do the laugh again. And then you threatened to rape Jewish women?
I never said that.
Oh, yeah, you did. Sure you did. Oh, yeah, you did. You've done it many times in a row. You know what the good news is?
Stop your filthy disgusting.
You want to know what the good news is?
Fantasy.
The
Yeah.
good news is that these rooms are all recorded by the
I
people
don't give a
that
fuck about
own
you and these
the
rooms.
app.
I don't give a fuck. You can suck
No,
it.
I know
I'm
you
the person
don't.
recording this.
Clearly you don't, or you would be so irresponsible.
I give zero
Clearly you don't
to
care.
you
I
and
know that.
recording these rooms.
This is why you guys kill yourself, right? Because you don't care about life.
You can suck it. You can suck it.
Isn't this why you guys kill yourself?
I
You
give zero
literally don't care.
about you.
See,
and
this
the-
is what I'm talking
You
about.
literally don't care about your life.
Zionists do not know
This
anything
is why
about
you have
Palestinians.
nothing.
Yeah.
Isn't this why you have nothing?
You can intimidate me with the recording of these rooms.
We're done with him. Thank you.
Talking about recording these.
Who had the sirens going?
Turkey.
No, that's live. Chucky.
Huh? Chucky? Oh, that was pretty funny. That's a good throw, actually.
That was his favorite song, man.
Chucky, you should go on Suno and put that. Well, yeah, you can. You can upload and put it in and make it into a song, like as a, part of the beat, the melody.
Please don't give anybody AI ideas with music, please.
Why not? Listen, I'm a Renaissance man. I'm a artist when it comes to Suno. Like I have expertise.
But,
I have
Well,
expertise.
when you have people, listen, you maybe practiced on Suno, maybe you have a musical bone in your body, but the problem with these AIs are people who have no musical inclination.
Well, I don't have. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to Suno,
Why are you giving yourself so many flowers then?
because I have Suno, so I've extended my capabilities.
Oh my God, bro! Now
Listen.
I'm cringing.
Listen, it's because I am able to do things more efficiently than you. So
By the way, Edward, I have a whole album that I made on Suno. So,
okay.
so you know,
I could make.
I'm very efficient with Suno.
I could make 2 albums.
No, it's not about just putting in prompts, bro. If you know music, then you could do it more. It's supposed to be a tool to help what you're already doing, not just come out the blue and just like,
No.
Hi, I'm Edward. I want to make songs.
Suno. Mozzie, I am an artist. I am
We could
an
have a Suno.
artist.
Listen, we could have a Suno and Udio battle. You know about Udio? Udio's another.
No, what is that one?
Udio's better than Suno. Udio's better than Suno. But we can have, we can have a Udio Suno battle anytime.
Oh, I would love to. I would love to.
Wait, what?
It does feel empowering.
I have a whole AI band and everything. I'll tell you the name later.
It is empowering when I use it, because I'm not musically inclined at all, and I'm like, oh, shit, I get my creative, what's in my brain out, and it actually makes sense, and it sounds good, Anybody that hasn't tried Suno or like Infusion AI, that's another one too.
Fusion's whack. It's limited.
It's limited, but if you want free, Suno is
We can have a verse.
Yeah, listen, I'll do verse against verse. I'll do my Suno, and let's see who does better verses.
Really?
hitting it everywhere as Lex Luthor. Like, that's, you know, like, we're just about to be, we've already been inundated with Superman, and this could just go to a whole nother level. I feel like Fantastic Four could actually underperform because people are like, no, I just want to go see Superman again. Like, this is why I'm not worried about Jurassic either, because that's already a certain audience. Like, either you're going to go see a dinosaur movie or you're not. Whereas with Fantastic Four, it's really, like, am I invested in, you know, watching, I guess it's technically starting the new phase of Marvel. I don't know why I know that. I may be wrong about this. But, like, I feel like if Superman really is good, people are just going to be like, well, guess I'm going to go see it again in 2 days. Like, I think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see, like, even, like, you know, theaters selling out and all of that. Like, I just feel like if this movie really becomes like the moment that it could be, I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but if it does, I think Fantastic Four, actually, the numbers may underperform. There's a lot of things not going for that film already that could really just eat away at the audience that they're trying to reach, because they're, like, you know, it's a family-friendly superhero film. Well, we've already got that with Superman, and some families will choose to take their kids to see Jurassic Park. Like, there's just other options out there. So,
and also, those Fantastic Four already had 2 iterations in the past 20 years, and they both were not good. So, not to say that this is not going to be not good, but I just think it leaves a bad taste in people's mouths in terms of trying to make it happen again. So, yeah, it's just, and also Marvel has a much bigger thing to prove at this point.
Zorn of Donnie just beat Billionaire back to end.
See this. Somewhere in a furnished room, some guy was practicing on a horn. It was a lonesome sight. It crawled on my spine. I had just finished a tough case. I was ready to hit the sack. I could smell trouble a mile off. And this poor kid was in trouble. Big trouble. She was scared. Scared as an eternity in November.
You ever see this? I asked my dad, but if we said no, but I loved it.
Has anyone shown you the nightlife of... If they do so, you must have heard of many terrorist attacks.
That strikes me as just like TA shit. Where I don't think a lot of it's an RSI. It's an RSI. It's an overheated indicator. You know, for short-term trading.
What's up?
We have a congressman on stage. Welcome.
So, what do you think the price of Bitcoin will be based on the new big beautiful bill? Keep me right away.
Let's do the black people.
Ask him the question, King. Ask him yes or no, King. Ask him yes or no, King.
I got the topic. I remember. Can I respond? Can I respond? All right, thank you. So, yes or no? So when I told him
you see this? This is
flopping off the land. You heard about earlier. You still heard about earlier.
King, can you reiterate the question? I don't think your interlocutor understood the question. Can you restate the parameters of the response?
Look, you heard.
What are you, bro? You're a piece of line. You're really going blah.
You heard? Oh, I'm gonna use my analogy. Like you would know. You would look.
You're making the fish out of water. King, could you ask him the question? Can you ask him the question, King?
I get it. I embarrassed you.
I just want to get the facts, right?
Nobody voted for you.
I just want to get the facts, bro. I just want to get the facts.
Look. So once
yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, we're avoiding that. But got you.
Yes. So once again.
Yeah. I know, man. This is
Look.
Bro, what are you chugging, bro? That's a shut that sound, bro.
Yes. All that. So what happened earlier? I told them.
What happened?
What happened was, if anybody has kids, and I'll give you an example. So Monday, I took my kid to a basketball game, and they did trash. They did really, really bad. I'll give it a buck with you. But you know what? At the end of the game, I told my son, man, you did amazing. You did so good. I'm going to buy you ice cream. I didn't tell him he did trash. I didn't tell him that they were ass. That's what happened to Incan earlier. I was like, you know what? You did a good job, Incan. That was good. Here's a lollipop.
We know knowledge to be like this. This is accurate with knowledge's behavior.
Lollipop
for toothbrushes, floss, and toothpaste. Remember, it's lollipop, toothpaste, toothbrush, and floss.
Yep, exactly. After that, Incan went around talking about, I did good. I know I did good. I did really good.
You did great, son. You did great.
I was like,
King, you was bad, King.
I was like, stop
King,
blowing.
the arguments were like...
Told me I did good.
New York City is the greatest city in the world. Everyone wants to be here. I'm so glad to be here. Everything is so beautiful. New York City is the greatest city in the world. Everyone wants to be here. I'm so glad to be here. Everything is so beautiful. New York City is the greatest city in the world. Everyone wants to be here. I'm so...
I was wrong. Wayne, and voila. No, guys, stop. What's wrong with it was so bad. This was a quote from
they said, and I quote,
Yeah.
when the stakes are high, you have to reiterate the question, right? So like,
Agent, bless your heart for remembering that. What was this? Knowledge makes sense. And he caught
So many people were asking if Adrian had steel-toe shoes, and no, they don't. They have something even better. These are composite toes, and these aren't as heavy as steel-toe. And listen to this. This is good.
High stakes is, right? It goes like this. In high-stakes situations, they have to repeat the question in the answer for you to know that they're talking about it. In other words, when you're on when you're in court, right, and the prosecutor and the prosecutor, no, you said high stakes. What's higher than your life, man? All right, so let's interpret that sentence.
उसका अनुनयन कहा जाता है और इसमें कुरान कमर ने जो किया है पुलिस के समन का जवाब देने के बजाय वो सीधा कोर्ट चला गया तो अब जो
Do you have Epstein client list? She's like, yes, it's on my desk, including the other files. But that doesn't mean that she said the client list is on my desk, right? That's so here. Let me show you how the yes. So the question is now Pam Bondi says, listen, hold on. So now Pam Bondi says there was no list. Right? So did she admit that there was a list? No, I think most generally she said there were files that she has to review, and it was an inference to say that she actually referred to the list. She didn't actually use the word client list, and that was the crux of the bet with knowledge. He said, did she use the word client list? And he's like, yes, she did, blah, blah, blah. No, she didn't.
That's disingenuous. We said
okay, what did I do wrong?
Yes, I never accepted the bet.
You never accepted the bet. That's a separate issue. That's a separate issue.
You said...
That's a separate issue. That's a separate issue than the knowledge of the semantics.
So, look. So, King, what's being said right now, right? You're saying, hey, look, with high stakes, you got to make sure that you get it right. I would say that a man's life hanging on the balance is probably the highest stake that, we deal with, on average. Cool. Look, so you're in a court, right? The prosecutor, you're up for a death sentence and you found guilty. The prosecutor asks you, Solomon, were you here on this date and did you murder so-and-so? And you say, yes.
Yes, what, sir? What did you do? Yes, what? They would ask a follow-up. They say, yes, what?
So, look, check this out, right? Let's say you say that in, when the police is interrogating you, right? But I was saying, well, no, because he didn't say specifically, look, we're in a police interrogation.
It doesn't self-incriminate.
If you say, did you murder this person, right? Did you murder this person, okay? And you say
not
yes.
enough to convict you if you say yes.
If you say yes, right? Well, yeah, you can argue that your state of mind and whatnot, right? But what he's arguing is that because you didn't say, yes, I killed blank blank, all of a sudden, we can throw that testimony out because you didn't ask the question right. And honestly, this is
it's not a tight case. It's not an airtight case. That's right.
Yeah, I'm saying, hey,
and that is why Diddy is free. This is why Diddy is free.
This is not why Diddy is free. That's a very
because of sloppy prosecution. Yes.
Sure, you could say sloppy prosecution, but it's not because they made a question where he didn't restate the answer wrong. You can't just
no. It's a sequence of such errors.
Why are you trying to bring sloppy prosecution and try to imply that sloppy prosecution?
Because you were originally talking about malicious prosecution, were you not?
Yes, I was talking about malicious prosecution.
So there's malicious, well-done prosecution?
That has nothing to do with... Sure, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So malicious prosecation...
If that's what you believe, that's a separate issue. That's fine.
It's because the evidence presented was shown to be false. The prosecution knew it was false because of Cassie's statement. It's not because they didn't answer a question. This is irrelevant, by the way. I know, you expect me not to know the basic stuff about the Diddy case and be like,
Okay, so I think the Diddy case went sideways because, hey, did you get raped at the party? Yeah, okay, and you went home and you never went back. Well, no, I kept going back. Okay, you're an adult. What?
Okay, cool. So that's not what we're talking about.
It's hard to prosecute if you kept going back.
Yeah, we're talking about the nature of giving answers that confirm questions
and whether the confirmation is substantial to say yes or no. When asked about it, and you're saying, well, we get to go a step
So
further.
they said you kept going back, and she said yes, I kept going back. Why?
Yeah.
You didn't have to, but why did you?
Yeah, I feel like this is like
that's how prosecutors do follow-up questions.
Yeah, they do follow-up questions, right? Then once they confirm something, it's not like they have to ask that question.
So what's a confirmation? What's a confirmation then?
Do you want to hear what a confirmation
You just said yes. Is that a sufficient confirmation for prosecution, or do you have to say yes? I did this crime.
Do you want me to explain it? Do you want me to explain a confirmation? Do you want me to explain a confirmation?
Yeah, I want you to explain your understanding of confirmation, because I've been in court a few times. And I've been coached by lawyers on how to speak about these things. So I'm just saying, I want to know what you're different, because maybe I misunderstand, right? Maybe I'm wrong. So I want to hear you explain why I'm wrong, or how your explanation is better. So just go ahead, explain to me. I'm actually very curious.
Sure. So you're saying, hey, lawyers shouldn't be to speak in this way, but you're actually saying, look, there's actually a standard, right, when we're talking about high stakes. What those high stakes are is kind of weird, because you're saying journalism is a higher stake than you being on a death trial fighting for your life. In the case that you're found guilty, you've been put in the
dealing with the truth.
Yeah, sure, they're both dealing with the truth. My mom asked me if I think our room is also dealing with the truth. There's different levels of, like, scare or,
exactly. So low stakes, high stakes.
Yeah, sure. But you don't really define what high stakes are. On one hand, you're like...
I did. I said, you put money on it. Is that a high stake for you or not? And you were like, no, it's not a high stake. I was like, okay. Then you were sloppy in a low stake situation where you put money on it. That just sounds dumb.
Yeah, I said, hey, look, what about if you're going for your life, right? You're in a prosecution. You're like, well, journalism is a higher stake than that. And I'm like, how?
It's the nature of what is journalism. Journalism is not activism. Sometimes activism and entertainment are misunderstood for journalism. I think the journalist was sloppy. So I would say that segment was more about entertainment than it was about journalism. If anything, it was activism. It was activism to work up the MAGA side. And now we're all disappointed that she's saying there was no list. And even though I agree with you that she pointed in and referenced... I agree with you that she referenced the list, but she didn't say client list.
Look, if you go on a news network, right, and you're asked if you're asked about
she didn't actually say list, she said files, I think.
If you get asked questions about, you're in a position, right, of like, you know what's going on. You're the person in our government that knows what's going on with this, right? I don't know, you're like, I don't know, fuck it, the Attorney General, right? Of the United States of America, and you get asked for something, I'm supposed to be like, does she have her WWE face right now that she's answering the legal question? The question about a legal proceedings or an investigation? Or is this her really being like 60-minute type of interview?
Eric, are you here? Eric, are you here?
Are we talking about?
Eric, can you tell us how it works in a courtroom? How you understand it to work in a courtroom? If you're here, Eric.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Let me ask Eric. Goddamn fucking
Eric, I'm not a lawyer, right? I've just been sued people, right? Who cares?
Sure. Okay. Look. This is simple. If you say, hey, you're infringing on my property, and your lawyer says that you knowingly steal his information and use it for your own profit without permission, and he says yes, and doesn't do a follow-up question, it's almost a slam dunk. Sure, he can ask follow-up questions about how much the profit was, but he can move on, right? He's not going to spend all of his time now trying to prove that, in fact, he did do that. He's just admitted it. Why does this system look at that as admitting him? I don't know. You asked him a question under oath, and he said, yep, right? He wasn't like, I knowingly stole property. No, like that's not how court cases work. You've seen a court case, I've seen a court case, you've probably seen many court cases. None of us go, hey, look, he didn't restate the question in his answer. Therefore,
in my case, they have actually. Lawyers have been that pedantic, so I'm just telling you.
Well, what's next, Ayo? We have to make sure they're not crossing their fingers while they answer? What's going on?
Yeah, so look, for the Pam Bondi thing, it's like, there's maybe 100 or maybe 1,000 victims. So the reporter should have fucking done a better job. Shame on that reporter. I'm on your side because I think she did say there was a list, but she didn't say the words client list, which was the bet that Knowledge made.
Cool, Trump, when asked questions, doesn't restate it for like 99% of the things he get asked. So I'm supposed to look at what the president says is 99.9% entertainment?
Trump was not under oath. right? And
No,
journalism
neither
is
was Pam
still.
Bondi. Neither
I
was
know,
Pam
but
Bondi.
journalism is considered to be something like, hey, you're acting in good faith and you're operating transparently. And her job was to be the transparency officer, basically. Everyone trusted her. Right? So I want to hear other comments from other folks if they agree or disagree.
This isn't a bar that you can hold. Give me your person who's like, this person has a legendary journalist career, right? And then I'm going to give you all the list of questions that she said. If they got answered by yes or no, and it's going to be a slam dunk, man. Like, this is not a bar that you can hold.
Look. So, King, if I say, do you want to bet the person never said client list, and then the person never said client list, who wins the bet? Just hypothetical.
Whoever you would, the person who says
that she never said client list, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm making sure.
Yeah, quick question, King. If I say I was gassed that y'all made me believe that Pam Bondi was talking about the client list, and she never was talking about the client list. It was about the fire, right? In that argument, would you say that you're like, oh, yep, now it's got it?
Well, wait, you're muffled. Can you say it one more time? You're kind of muffled.
Oh, sure. Let's say that there's a claim, right? One that maybe existed before that, right? When people were more confident about their position and were willing to take on the world before they realized there's sources out there that would discredit what their position is, right? And their argument went something like this: you all gaslit me, victim, right? Gaslit me. You're liars. You all made me believe. We falsely led him, by the nose into believing that Pam Bondi was talking about the XP client list when she was talking about the files, right? And you're like, you gaslit me. And then I go, hey, check out this video where she's asked about the client list, and her immediate answer is, I have them on my desk. I'm going to review them, right? Would you say that this person has been gaslit into believing this? That, in fact, Pam Bondi was not talking about that? Or is there reason to believe, because, I don't know, out of basic common sense, right, or the way that our language operates, that she, in fact, was talking about the client list? Which one is more plausible in that scenario?
He's leaving out the best part. And then a video posted by Tim where she goes, I was never talking about the client list. I was talking about the files. I said the files are under review. She said I was.
What if she was talking about food roll-ups, dude?
Who wins?
No, that's irrelevant.
She wasn't clear the first time.
Well, that's irrelevant, right?
You see how you can left that part out? You see how you can left that part out?
No. So I can address it, and it's very simple, right? Let's live in a hypothetical world where most of us actually reside in, right? We actually believe that client list, in fact, does exist, right? That's a lot of people, especially a lot of people.
You think it's like an actual little black book, Incan?
Right? Do you think Pam Bondi is going to say, no, Mr. President, we do have the list. We're just not going to give it out. Or is she going to backtrack? What do you think politicians do, right?
She's going to backtrack.
Okay, so should I see what Pam Bondi
Man, lay off the Adderall, Incan. Isn't the blacklist actually in all the videos and the CD-ROMs where they actually recorded the people? Isn't that the real list? They have that list.
No,
I don't know why
he's
they
dishonest, right? Then now we're just saying, look at this dishonest woman. Look what she said about it.
Look who's played himself. Okay, who won? Nearly.
So.
Oh, it was a debate.
You do hear that side often about religion, about the text being misinterpreted or being used to justify certain actions that may be deemed immoral. Like, I don't know, it's tricky because it's, I don't know.
There's nothing tricky about it, bro. It is clear cut fact. You're looking at it. I am an African child. I am speaking English to you. First language.
Is somebody speaking English?
Within our economy.
Wait.
That's not colonialism. That's you trying to make some dollars.
This has nothing to do with it. I don't know where you come from.
Yeah, it does, bro. That's why you spent your money to learn English, because you didn't want us to be saying and all that stuff out there in the bush.
Wow. That's how you really think, bro. That's mad. But anyways, I didn't spend my money to learn English. I was born speaking English. Fact. That's one fact. You don't
Somebody
realize.
speaking English?
You know, it's funny, it's crazy because
Your parents didn't want to teach you your African language?
actually, to be honest, they didn't want to teach me because in their own mind, in their own colonial infused mind, they thought that teaching me English, and I don't blame them.
Wait a minute, what year were they born in? I didn't know they were victims of colonialism in 1975.
His parents chose for him not to be clicking and clacking, and he's mad about it. I don't get it.
I'm not even mad about anything, bro. Like, I don't understand what you think.
Bro, you can have a plate in your mouth right now. You know that, right? Somebody could have put a bone in your nose. They ain't do that to you. They tried to save you. They let you learn a proper language.
I mean,
God bless your
Hakeem,
parents.
look at your jeans, man. I mean, who's your fashion designer?
Stylist.
Who's your stylist?
I do want to.
Wait, hold on. I'm just trying to understand. Is Midas? Are you what race would you say you were born into?
Yeah, very black. Very, very black. If you call black a race, because black is not really a race. Black was codified by the Black Panthers in the 1970s. Before that, I was Negro.
Why did you even feel necessary to talk like that to even that is so fucking weird, man.
Because I speak better African than you with your big body pants. You are going into the store, stealing the things inside the stores, and you think you can tell me about the life? Are you crazy?
I don't know in what universe where you think that's actually funny, but it's, you know, one thing I said something interesting. I said the level of insight that you have is going to be proved to be as this conversation move forward. But yeah, I rest my case, bro. Salute to anyone that want to join the conversation.
Your parents had more insight than you. They made sure you learn English. You ain't clicking. Look at you. You were talking like a cricket before. Your parents saved you.
Oh no, you ran him off.
He didn't understand what I was saying. As soon as I started speaking African, he didn't understand it. It's crazy.
He ran me off too. So there's no rooms. Let me check.
What black people do in public, they don't do that. Like, they just put it in commerce, but like we put that energy we put that energy into social activism, and that's cool and all. But I'm just like, yo, what about love? Or like,
Did the original black indigenous also have these positive vibrations?
That's exactly what I was just saying. You know, like all these things are already there for us. But if Armani is claiming FBA, and I'm telling you I'm American Indian, and I can tell you my bloodline and my lineage, and I have Black European. But you know, like, and Ish and everybody up here that I run with and claim American Indian. Black Crab can tell you these things. Then when you say you have a petition and people don't want to check the black box,
they don't respect
because that detaches you from what you're working towards and what we're trying to get back. So why would we check a black box when there's already things that are set aside for this schooling, for funding, for different things? Like, you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but bro, ain't that the point? If I'm not what you are, shouldn't I ask you questions instead of judge you? Shouldn't I ask you questions instead of tell you?
No, stop asking questions. I feel like the problem is people keep asking questions instead of just stating facts.
Wait, hold on. Everybody who has papers.
Wait, hold on, y'all. Wait. I'm sorry. This the portion of the night where I gotta let this guy Congress speak. Congress, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's absolutely ridiculous to think that African Americans are indigenous to North America. You gotta have a fucking hole in your brain or fucking a tsetse fly up your ass if you think that African Americans are indigenous to North America. I am complete.
They're not, man.
He's correct. He's correct. African Americans are not indigenous to the Americas.
Thank you! Thank you! Thank you for validating me! Thank you for validating me!
We're not talking about African Americans, bro. African Americans are from Africa.
Oh, you're talking about the black people who were here and they were the indigenous. I got it. Oh, okay, my bad.
Boy, Bob. Thank you. Whoever did that, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Grand closure.
Hey,
Now, like
let's
one of those orphan train babies.
Hey, let's circle it all the way back to the beginning, though. Like, we talking about laws. Okay, so, Armani. Damn, where he go? I don't see him up in no more. I had a real question for him. Anyways, who consider themselves FBA up in this here chat right now? I'm FBA. It's Alex. Okay, Alex. Have you tried to do anything to get any laws passed for?
That's good.
Yeah, that's my biggest contention with Nargis. Free will.
Isn't God all-knowing, Andrew?
Also determined.
So from God's lens, it is determined upon you. I mean, come on, it can't be otherwise, right?
No, it can't be otherwise than what you choose.
Right. From your lens, because by virtue, No, but he's not acting in successive acts, right? Because then you would have to show time, God in time, like all these entailments. Like I've really thought a lot about my model, years of it actually. I've not come up with it just like that.
Well, that doesn't make sense though, because look,
from the God lens, it has to be determined.
Wait.
So much so that.
Yeah, Andrew, it's quite simple. If this God you believe in knows all outcomes, and you are the human that you have no control of the outcomes, no matter what happens, that outcome is going to happen.
From the God lens,
No, you have no will to change it.
No, actually from the God lens, yes, it's true, correct, JCC is right. From the God lens, it would be all knowing, all powerful, all planner, all determined, etc. will naturally be power over you, right?
No.
So has the blueprint for you.
What is going on right now? Tobias, I'm surprised you signed off on that nonsense. Look, God knows all things, okay? So God chooses volitionally to bring beings into being. He instantiates agents that make free decisions. All that means is they choose between A, B, C, D, whatever. Whatever they choose, God knows it, but God does not. It is not the God that causes them to choose model. It is their choice that informs God's knowledge. God knows what they're going to choose, which is informed by what they choose. So the logical order is they choose, God knows. That's all.
And all this you said determined by God.
No, God isn't determined.
Doesn't determine.
That's a contradiction.
Is it all this you said?
No, that's a contradiction.
Is it all this you said also God's work to allow you X, Y, and Z? See, you can't escape from that because you're gonna hit God in time problem. You're gonna hit.
Do you know what like bizarre, Nargis? Anybody who espouses what you're saying and what JCC said,
they're atheists. They're right about it.
Well, real quick, insofar as Tobias agreed, I've thought about it too. Free will's like my pet. I pet it like every day, okay? And I don't mean that, pause, okay? But I pet like my free will understanding like every day. And I've thought about this quite a bit.
Cool.
Yeah.
You're a little imaginary doggy.
My pet, right? Here's the thing. It doesn't make any sense to say what you're saying unless your position is, which really what this commits you to, is that you just think free will is impossible, full stop. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a God or not, because here's how bizarre what you're saying is. Picture a universe where there is no God. For some people, it's easy if you try.
Okay. But I didn't say that.
But just picture. Well, just listen to what I'm telling you, and you understand why it makes no difference whether there's God or not. If you think free will is somehow determined by God, but there can be free will without God. Let me show you how that doesn't make any sense. If there's no God,
free will cannot be determined by God.
Okay, no. But listen to what I agree. It's a contradiction. That's
all is determined.
But that is what you're saying. Okay, but
if there is a God, if God is that powerful, this would be an entailment.
Well, there is a God, but listen to what's being said here. So no God, right? There's just a universe. Let's just say, biology crops up magically. Abiogenesis, spontaneous generation, all the whatever. Okay, then you have life evolving, and humans rise up, like they got this evolutionary history, and then you have a human who sees like a cantaloupe and a honeydew, and it's like, you know what, I'm gonna choose to eat that cantaloupe. Well, is it the case that at the beginning of the universe, or from eternity past, if you think there was no beginning, is it the case that human was going to choose to eat the cantaloupe? Yes. That whatever it's going to choose is what it's going to choose. There is only one choice to be made. In other words, even though the options are there, and it could have chose otherwise, whatever it will choose is in fact what it will choose. It doesn't matter if there's a God or not. That's irrelevant. The point is if you're just saying that the person couldn't have chose otherwise, from the start you are precluding free will. You are saying that somebody cannot have it. You can't choose otherwise.
Where is he grounding that choice in?
No,
all these experiences get grounded in
that. Right, Nargis. If I give you a contrastive explanation for what makes somebody choose what they choose,
contrastive.
Hold on, Congress. I would be undermining what libertarian free will stands for. I'm not doing that. That's the bottom. That's it. You don't undermine the.
Look at this delusionist. Look at this delusional human.
That's not.
There is something.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, no matter what, Nargis, what made God or the universe cause the decision if you take a determinist view? What made that happen? Okay, let's just keep going back. Let's kick it back.
You can't even explain morality. Morality is not even a concept.
That's going to be a separate thing, too.
If free will does not exist.
That's
because nobody.
I didn't say it doesn't, right?
Hey, Andrew, maybe we could get some other speakers involved here.
Go ahead, Tobias.
Sorry, what's that? I was wondering if it's if a choice is free and it flows, for example, from the person's internal states, even if those states have prior causes, isn't that still representative of free will?
Yeah. So if it's from prior states and it's causal, then no. Because what libertarian free will is saying is that there is no internal or external antecedent conditions that bring about the decision. It is a completely independent decision. As far as, I'm not saying there's not influences. I'm not saying that there's not reasons to act. People do act on reasons. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying there is nothing causal that determines that decision. That's the libertarian free will stance. What you have to say, if you think that it is determined, if you think that something in the person or external to the person, something in the universe, whatever it is, some chain of natural causes brings about the decision that the human makes, okay, well, let's work back up that chain. Let's keep going. Where does that stop? And at some point, you're going to run into some kind of brute. You're going to run into some kind of thing that you aren't going to be able to explain why it is the case that that's the way it is rather than something else, or give some kind of explanation for. We're both going to have a bottom-out effect. I'm just bottoming out right at the person. I'm saying right where they make their decision. That's where I stop. Okay? There isn't anything that explains why they made their. You can cite the reasons they made the decision that they made, but that does not mean that those reasons caused it. That's what the view says. These reasons are not causal. If I choose Pepsi over Coke, and you say, why did you choose Pepsi? And I say, well, I like Pepsi. Okay, cool. I gave you a reason why I chose Pepsi over Coke. But from the libertarian free will stance, my liking Pepsi over Coke did not cause me to choose Pepsi. I chose based on reasons and just actualized the decision. That's me choosing. And there's no explanation prior to that.
Yeah.
You don't go any further.
Andrew, dude.
Yeah, dude, what?
It was your liking that caused you to choose.
That's my whole point. I'm denying that. It's not a reason.
How can you deny that, though?
Yeah, because reasons are not causal. Because
It's because you can like something and choose something else that you don't like.
That's right. It's not, you can have a list of 38 reasons to eat pancakes, and I can just choose to eat feces instead. Okay? I can do that.
Golly, Andrew.
What's that?
Forget it.
It's gross, but I'm saying I could choose to do it. The point is I
love pancakes today. I ate oatmeal today instead.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you ate.
I don't like oatmeal.
Seneca, you're too wealthy for that, brother. Don't do that.
It's healthier.
Yeah, it's healthier. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so there was something convincing you to eat the oatmeal.
It's a reason to act, but it's not causal. That's the whole point. Reasons are not causal. It's agent causation. So the agent is what caused the decision. I caused it. You could always kick it back up if you're a theological determinist. If you think God determines all decisions, then just say, why did God make that decision?
I'm not a God determinist.
No, I know you're not. You're an atheist.
There are antecedents that are occurring prior to you making that decision. That's why.
Yeah, and where do those antecedents stop, JCC?
What do you mean, where do they stop?
Okay, you keep going. Do you believe in a past eternal universe?
God wanted to experience God. Can that not be the reason? Like, Source wants to experience Source.
Yeah, so.
Like, what is your problem with that?
Nargis,
like, why do you always have to, like, make it like a bloody fairy tale?
A fairy tale.
You can add a little sophistication to the model.
You're adding
by just saying God wanted to experience God.
Yeah, so.
And that's the reason why, like, through you.
Nargis don't believe God experiences.
Of course God experiences.
So God has a mind?
No,
all loving is all love, right? Experiences does not have to. See, this God mind BS, right? Like this thing, like you're used to just one particular model.
Yeah, well,
He's personifying God. That's what
she
doesn't.
And he can't say I don't think God is.
She doesn't believe in God. She doesn't believe in God. That it's interesting.
I don't believe in a man God. No, I don't believe in a person.
She thinks that murder and rape and things like that are bad, right? That they don't align with the good. But the conception of God that she has is something like source. Okay, so it doesn't really even. There's no call.
Pure existence, right? That's it.
This is the key.
Okay, so what's the problem with that?
Well,
just because it doesn't have the bells and whistles.
This is the key dividing line.
How does a source experience?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, does it have a mind? Is it self-aware? And if she wants to say yes, then it starts.
That's the language Andrew understands. How else did you want to explain it?
But Nargis, you're blending two. Look, is it the case that the God, you don't like calling him he because you're very into egalitarian, anti-patriarchal,
No, because gender is a thing. It's dependency. Like still shows need, right?
No, it doesn't. What?
Okay, they.
Yeah, they Zer.
Is.
Yeah. So God.
The isnness of things.
Yeah. So God being the creator, the leader, the provider, okay, the head of everything. Yeah, sounds pretty masculine.
Keep adding the attributes.
Yeah, all those adjectives.
Keep adding your bells and jingles. Go on.
But Nargis, all those adjectives, those are masculine adjectives, and I don't think that there's any problem with referring to God, because what is gender? What is this idea of masculinity and femininity? It's like an expression of your nature, of what it is that you have been created as, what you are born with. Well, God has a particular nature, and he is in fact a God that's going to judge, a God that is going to punish, a God that is protective. He is also a leader. He creates. Like, it's like he spoke and things came into being.
I create for a living.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Supreme Court judge in my city is a woman.
Okay, but he spoke and brought things into being.
The problem is not being hating patriarchy.
By speaking.
It's showing dependency when you say he needs gender, right? He doesn't. For me, I've shaved off so much.
I know.
That all that remains is pure existence.
I'm just talking about the reason he's a he. I'm saying when God speaks and he says, "Let there be light," he something comes out of him and creates life. Something comes out of him. Something comes out.
Light only comes out of men.
Comes out.
Boys emit light.
Can we say Zim? So the
yeah, you can say Zim.
Only boys emit light.
No, women have children, but the point is they're not emitting something out of external to their body. But I'm saying that
there would be no man without the woman. You understand?
Yeah, I understand. Well, no, because God created.
Let's talk about timeshare maintenance.
But
timeshares love them
something
because
external
they
to God.
Dr. Joseph
He creates. He pushes out, and you have excuse for the crude, analogy. You have men ejaculating.
Is David Campbell that would on the son of Mordecai Hendricks?
So you take all of this together, the leading, the protective, the punishing, the judging, the provider. He slays an animal and covers Adam and Eve with the skin, which is actually a prefiguring of Christ. It's absolutely awesome. All of that is masculine. And there's nothing wrong.
Also, gender traits are tied to trust.
There's nothing wrong with God saying, I'm a he. And since I'm like you liberals, and I got the pink hair, and I got the dye coming, since I'm like you liberals, I honor people's personal pronouns. So when God says, I'm a he, I accept that.
So God has XY chromosomes. Is that what it is?
Well, we're not gonna do that. But I'll tell you.
If he's not a he, is he then not God? If he's not a man, then is he not God?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
please mute yourself.
In order to limit
he doesn't need to be.
I'm showing no dependency by removing gender, right?
The second person of the Trinity did not have to become a man. However, he chose a man. That's right. And because he loved us, he incarnated as a man. And to be quite frank with you, I think that would be a very odd thing, very off-putting and strange, to have him incarnate as a woman and then try to lead 12 men or 12 women and turn the world upside down. Very strange. Why? Because that is not the paradigm that God has created, starting with Adam, starting with him being the head over Eve, starting with her being a part of his side, to be by his side.
That's just ancient human patriarchy. I don't know why you think God would need to fall in line.
Most paganistic models have this.
Yeah, so when it says that...
but the patriarchy is also nice on them.
Eve was created to be and I know women just balk at it, it's just, but...
Hi, Andrew. If you could put me in your queue, I'd like to say something. Thank you very little, Andrew, for hyper-verbalizing for the past 20 minutes.
So,
that's my offense.
I'll hear your offense. So, woman was created to be the helpmate of man. The helpmate. Now, they don't like that. A lot of people don't like that. It's very, that's sexist. Well, fish off with your sexism claim. It's just stupid. It is just a complementarian view.
But how did the woman actually separate from the man? And was the original Adam a transvestite?
Well, you might be a transvestite, but I still allow you on stage. Go ahead, Seneca.
Yeah, I was going to say, why would God come in the form of a woman, considering the cultural context of the time, right? And the role that women and men played in that society. It would not make sense considering the fact that you're supposed to have a spiritual stewardship, right? And essentially be a shepherd to sheep, right?
Right, and as a result, I mean, the reason it goes like that is because it all stems from the structure that God had set up from the beginning anyway. If you look at
the spiritual structure, bringing out Eve from Adam's structure.
That's right. And what did he say? And this is so fascinating, and so many people don't know about this verse. I tell you, if you only believed in the Adam and Eve story, guys, it would illuminate so much. I'll just tell you. In Genesis, when it's talking about the curse on Adam and Eve, okay, this is just absolutely fascinating. There's a translation that renders this like this. I just want to read this to you guys. You're going to love this. Okay. So Yeah. So this is after they've eaten the fruit. God is talking to them, and let's see. Here we go. So God is talking to them, and this is in Genesis 3:16. So let me pull this up real quick. So this is fascinating because I think this is just shows you, and this is something that hasn't stopped. It's
What's
still
the difference between Adam and Eve and Romeo and Juliet?
Thank you for that, Congress. It's still continuing to this day. Okay, this is the NLT. Then he said to the woman, "I will sharpen the pain of your pregnancy, and in pain you will give birth." And ready? This is the real kicker. Are you ready? "And you will desire to control your husband."
Do you think Adam and Eve were in love?
Hold on, Congress. "And you will desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you." So right there, explicitly, God is saying, you will desire to.
Well, feminists really fucked that up for us.
So from then on, you have this.
That's why you have feminists control, whether they're man or woman.
You have a constant.
I don't know what point to prove one.
The point is there's a usurping that women continually try to do over.
It's a contrasting and a usurping.
And there's feminism, which is taken off and is pervasive. And there's men. There's men who are feminists and they support this whole agenda. And then you got the women with the short hair who drive the Subarus. And
Andrew, you just seriously, I never would have expected you to take a mean position.
Well, it's not mean. This isn't mean. This is just this is a curse.
Andrew, because he's lonely. He's here because he doesn't have a girlfriend.
So let's just be clear. But he shall rule over you. Now, men can rule over women brutally and wrongly. It's not good.
No, they can't. It's against the law.
I'm not saying that this
women
is something.
Women can also lead better than men.
I disagree with that. I mean, it can't happen. Yeah, so here's the deal. I think if we would have had a female president, praise God, that didn't happen. But if we'd had a female president,
thank God.
I think it would have been disastrous for foreign relations. I think it would have been absolutely bad.
Should have been drinking vodka martinis all night long while Tim Waltz was pederasting.
From Genesis to Revelation, basically. I mean, Revelation, we have to talk about where it would be in there. But God sets up a structure. It's God. It's the Son. It's this. Then it would be the father of the household, the head of the household, the man. Then it would be the wife. She would be the helpmate or the helper.
It's like the nuclear family.
And then it would be the children. And that is the hierarchy set up that is from the beginning of the Bible.
Is that a symbol?
The New Testament. Now that's never subverted. And if you notice, there's the 12 tribes of Israel, which are men.
It's like the Simpsons.
Parallel in the New Testament is the 12 apostles.
Is Homer God the Father? Bart Jesus?
Hold on, Congress. I love you, buddy, but hold on. And then you have God appointing certain elders and deacons and whatnot, and he says you are to be the husband of one wife. So he's saying that you must be. That it's right there, just implicit.
Is the church the wife?
Now there is, and then women are told in the New Testament that if you're married, that you obey your husbands, and that used to be in the marriage vows. When people give their vows, women would say to their husband, they would say, "I promise to obey you." Now that has been removed from most vows. Most people don't say that anymore.
No.
But I'll tell you, historically, that is the case, and it is something that God has set up from the beginning of time. Adam and Eve there was a first.
Does God the Father have a wife?
It's okay, Congress. You're okay, buddy. It was Adam, and then Eve, and then all of the male patriarchs, and then you'll have some exceptions. But here's what's interesting: that is a judgment.
There's matriarchs too.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'll have to move you down, Congress. You can't stop. So when God said, "Hey,"
when do you stop?
All right, it's okay. When God says, "Hey, you lead the nation," and if you don't do it, then women will rise up, and that's a curse. That's not good. When the women are rising
then they start the Amazon Corporation.
All right, buddy, I'm gonna pull up the screen.
They ride on horses with long hair, naked.
I'll move you down, buddy. All right, hold on. Give me just a second. One more second. Let me find you real quick. All right, Congress. Love you, bud. All right, peace be upon you. Okay, so when you see women take, like Deborah, there's a few exceptions, not many, very few. When you see that, it is a judgment against Israel. It's not good. It is because the men are sitting there playing Xbox in ancient Israel, okay? They're just booting up their computers and they're playing games, they're being passive, and they're not doing what they should do. They are not being the leaders that they ought to be, and they're not working with God. They're doing their own thing.
Great.
And so women rise up because God will use what he needs to make things happen. But it is not the best. It is not what God originally intended. So generally speaking, the pattern, the overwhelming example, precedent that is set in Scripture is male leadership over and over again. And when the women and the children rise up, where the children start ruling the parents, the children rule the parents. It talks about that in the Old Testament. Absolutely fascinating. The children rule the parents.
Yeah, the women and children are just to be spoils of war. We get it, Andrew.
No, that's going to be a contrast. We can talk about that. But when you have the children, that's going to be, and I appreciate that take, and we'll get into it, Andrew, because I'll just say this. When you have 5-year-olds telling their parents to shut the F up, like I just saw.
Andrew, I don't even know why you would bring that up. I don't think
you killed Christianity.
I don't think anybody that's like disagreeing with your extreme patriarchy is going to agree that children should be allowed to do that kind of thing. I don't know what all the
how to do it. It's like when I was over with my friend. I have a friend named Jeremy, right? He has a younger brother named Dominic. I don't mind, kind of whatever. Okay, so Dominic's like, I don't know, 13, right? There's no dad in the house. I can't remember what. I think she divorced him or whatever. So she's alone, right? The mother is. She's telling the kid, hey, you need to get your homework done. You haven't done your homework. You've been playing, you're a really big kid. He just sits and plays video games all day, eats pizza, cheese bread, stuff like that, right? She's like, you need to do your homework. I'm at their house, right? I hear him yell at the top of his lungs, shut the F up, Mom, or I'll call the effing cops.
Yeah, you ever see what happens in a black household, a single mother black household, when a kid does that? You ever see?
I don't.
The kid gets the living shit slapped out of him. That's what happens.
Well, I'll just tell you. I think that's That's not correct. That's not the right way to handle that.
There are some instances where I would think that teenage kids need to be slapped once in a while.
I'm glad to hear that you're at least you can just the amount of rebellion and arrogance and disgusting attitude that comes out of a child who thinks they know better and will down talk the parents who birthed them and cared for them and wipe their.
Andrew, I don't even know why. Do you think you're saying something new? Do you think you're saying something that humanity hasn't experienced for hundreds and thousands of years? Children can be little shits.
Some people
that's just human children.
Well, I'm glad you understand that. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't. But I'm still going to say this. So, they take no consideration or appreciation for the fact that their parents, lost tons of sleep when they cried all night, wiped their bottoms, did all this stuff, right? And dealt with them.
That's the nature of a child.
And then
you've been rambling for so long. I don't even know what you're trying to say.
It's not a child that is like that. The Freudian id sets in. The identity sets in.
Look, when you pop into existence, it's all about you. You cry, you don't care about what's going on. You don't care about the labor.
You were that child one time.
I agree with that, Nargis.
They are not bad. Ontologically, that's just the nature of a child.
So the only existence you know, the only thing that you care about is you. And so as you grow up, you're supposed to be trained out of that. Your parents should discipline you out of that. Unfortunately, there was no father in the home. The woman was a pushover, and I watched this happen, and the child ruled his mother. And this is exactly what the scripture says in the Old Testament, that when the children are ruling the parents, it's a curse. It means the parents have given up their authority over running a household in a godly manner and training their children, and now their children are
Okay, Andrew.
What do you think about the fact that the Epstein list just
what did you think was going to happen? And I told you, they said, I have a video, I didn't show you, I showed Oscar. The lawyer that was trying Epstein said the only person that would help him back in 2009 or 2019 or something like that, I forget which year, but he said was Donald Trump. He said everyone else they called would not help. No one had any answers. He said Donald Trump cooperated 100%. Because Donald Trump was one of the only people, even back in the 80s and 90s, he was on record saying Jeffrey Epstein liked younger girls, way too young for his taste, right? So I don't think he participated, and he banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, I would not ban Jeffrey. I like Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Where's the proof?
He got arrested in West Palm Beach for doing those things to those girls, and the fucking idiots in Florida let him leave the jail every day and come back at night.
There's zero evidence that Epstein did anything wrong.
Why do people think there's like a client list like some black book? It's the fucking videos. It's the DVDs and the CD-ROMs that they originally seized that has all the fucking evidence of everybody who got exposed, and that's what they're not releasing.
There's zero evidence.
They're not going to release it because if they release that, the government and the control that they have will crumble. No one will trust them anymore. They let people get away with murder. We already know that, but if we see it on documentation, I think it'll be bad.
It's a national secret. It's a CIA honeypot sting, and they're never going to release it because it's national secrets. It's military intelligence.
I don't know about military intelligence, but it's definitely a secret that's going to be used at the right time to get these people to do what the fuck they want them to do, whatever that is, right? I don't have a list. I'm just saying.
Well, anyways, this conversation can only go on for like another 24 hours. Otherwise, people are brain rotted out and confirmed fucking dead. They're stupid. If you keep talking about it and you think any real information is ever going to come out or you're angry about it, it's a you problem.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Nothing that suggests it exists.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. It depends on what you're looking at. But, like I said, the guy was already convicted for some shit in Florida and West Palm Beach. No, I'm talking about... We're talking about sexual acts.
He was convicted of one time getting a massage from somebody who apparently was underage.
No.
Yes.
It wasn't one time. Hold on. Listen, you're wrong. It wasn't one time. It was several times, and most of the girls were underage, and he was masturbating. It wasn't just.
How much?
Excuse me, bro. El Normo. The problem is Epstein has connects, and he didn't do the time he was supposed to do. Let's just call it what it is.
I don't want to what it is by looking it up.
Hold on. Norm. I don't want to play these semantic games with you. There were over 12 girls. Excuse me. There were over 12 girls that said that he jacked off in front of them while he gave them a massage. And those girls were in middle school. That was the only problem. They were underage.
Yeah, but like
let's look at
the average middle school girl.
The youngest one was 11. Who said what's wrong with that?
Let's see what he was convicted of
in
middle school.
I said what's wrong with that.
I don't see. Rabbi, you about to get blocked, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Yeah, Randy, you're about to get blocked.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you.
Well, what's wrong with the best body?
Randy, you're disgusting.
What's wrong with what?
The bunch of Bazzi.
Hello, I live here.
Look, it's okay. If
why need
accused
I have
Trump,
a thing.
it's a lie. But if they accused Epstein, it must be true. There's zero.
No, that's the thing. No one accused Trump of anything that has to do with pedophilia.
What do you think about? I think Diddy did nothing wrong. What do you think about that?
What are you, fucking retarded? Didn't you see him beat up Cassie in a fucking hotel?
I was gonna say, and this is why I don't like you guys, and this is why, at the same time, you should listen to black people when they tell you the court of law is bullshit, right? Because you have things that go on, like, yeah, we saw Diddy beat Cassie's ass, but guess what? He paid her $30 million, and he's gonna get away with it.
Damn.
Right? He's not going to jail for whooping her ass.
The only one who
I know that. Yo, Rabbi, I'm done
done
talking in this room. You guys are so fucking stupid.
Donald Trump was literally a fucking
You're like, oh, he wasn't convicted. I know he wasn't convicted, bitch. I just said he's not going to fucking jail.
Take it easy, Jazzy. Just go park your car and relax.
Shut the fuck up. You guys are dumb as fuck.
He was convicted by
It's
a
like
Florida
talking to a
state
fucking
court
brick wall.
of procuring a child for prostitution and of soliciting a prostitute.
your children.
I'm sorry.
So Norm, once again, like I'm speaking about hold on. Like I'm speaking about the court system, and I know Epstein is a Jew, and they told you at the bar mitzvah never to talk bad about Jeffrey. I know Jeffrey Epstein is a Jew, and they told you at the bar mitzvah never talk bad about him. But let me just tell you this: there was much more proof about Jeffrey Epstein than he got convicted for. So it does. Yo, Rabbi, can I speak or no? If not, I don't.
Factually incorrect.
Can I speak or no?
One teenager.
Rabbi, can I speak? Rabbi, can I speak or no? Can I speak or no? Can I speak or no?
You are speaking.
I know. I'm speaking about your Jewish pedophile cousin.
Nothing to do with his.
And I think that you don't want me to, but I'm gonna speak about him anyways.
Are you projecting, Jazzy? Are you projecting?
Had proof of more than 10 girls that he masturbated in front of. Now, whether the Jewish judge or the Jewish lawyer, that tried him, right, wanted to let him get off like a...
Hi, Jazzy. You're speaking really loud. Could you maybe, like, lower your voice a little bit? It's so loud. I can't really hear anything. You're speaking so loud. You're loud micing. I forgot how you loud mic. Where's Adams at? Maybe we need another loud micer in here to compete with the super loud mic of Dr. Jasmine Crockett.
That's what the Jews do. That's what the Jews do. They just lie to you. That's what the Jews do. That's what the Jews do. This is what the
Can you imagine a mother having to raise a child like this?
Look at what you're doing, Jew. Look at what you're doing, Jew. Look at what you're doing, Jew.
It sounds like a 300-pound woman is singing a song. I think I can base the weight of the individual off of the way they sing. She's like an Aretha Franklin of loud miking.
You're acting like a Jew. Look at what you're doing, Jew. Look at what you're doing, Jew. You're acting like a Jew. Just like a Jew.
It's very difficult for her, El Normo. It's called brain rot. Try to go to the gym. Maybe it'll work the brain rot out of your head.
You can't talk to me because that's what Jews do. Jews don't let you talk when they don't agree with you. The Jews don't agree.
What a disgusting human being. Oh my God. I think I got a migraine headache because of this. What a sickening person. She's in her car at her condo building. She's acting like a child, an obnoxious, horrible person. What an incredibly annoying, disgusting, obnoxious human being.
That's what the Jews do. That's what the Jews do. You're acting like a Jew. I'm acting like you too. I'm acting like you too. You have...
By Christianity, but the progress we've made of abolishing slavery, giving more rights to women and minorities, blah blah, democracy, didn't happen just because people followed the.
Just like Norm. I'm acting just like Norm. I'm acting just like Norm. I'm acting just like Norm. Oh yeah. I'm acting just like Norm. Just like a stupid Jew. Norm is a stupid Jew. But the rest of the Jews are...
You guys are so annoying. It's like 12:30 fucking a.m.
Norm is a stupid Jew. He's acting like a Jew. Taking up for his pedo friend. And all the other Jews. Taking up... Bye, Norm. Get the fuck off of the internet. It's too late for you to be online, you old Jew. Go to bed, old Jew. Tuck yourself in with your potato pancake fucking blankets, alright? Go to bed. Make sure you get your kosher water and rinse your mouth out. Alright? I know you take up the pedophiles like Jeffrey Epstein. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go
Big, fat, ugly pig. She lives in fucking Florida. One giant pig who never shuts her mouth. She doesn't mute up. She just runs her mouth. A giant fat pig. Talking on Clown House all night long. What a fat, annoying pig. She's got a fucking autistic child that needs her help to do some things for the child. But she's on here talking shit. Wasting all her time. Sitting in her car. Being a fat pig. Running her fucking mouth. How fucking annoying. What a disgusting pig. What a fat pig. Running her fucking mouth. Wasting all her time. What a fat pig. Running, wasting all her time.
Well, do you see why I don't like black people and Jews?
Yes, because you're an Arab and you don't fit in.
I'm normal. I agree with you, dude.
No, I said you don't fit in. You're an Arab.
I agree with you. I think Epstein did nothing wrong.
Say again? I didn't say he did nothing wrong. I said he was convicted. He was convicted of paying one person who turned out to be underage for giving him a massage.
That's fine.
No, it didn't say fuck him. No, he gave him a massage.
He's fucking with way more kids than that, you lying bitch. He was convicted. Yo, just because you're convicted of something doesn't mean it's true or not. Well, there's something outside the court of law called the truth.
Do you understand that Epstein is a Jew?
I know. That's why I'm talking about Norm taking up for a shitty person because he's Jewish. Like the fuck? That's what the Jews do. That's what the Jews do. That's what the Jews do. Yeah. You take up for 10 fucking people.
A loudmouth pig. Running her mouth all night long. Screaming in her phone, sitting in her car. What a fat pig with her filthy fucking mouth. She calls herself a mother, but she ain't got a husband. She talks and talks and talks and yells. She's like a big fat Adams, but a female version. Sick, demented piece of shit. What a fucking pig. Oh, thank God. Stop projecting, fat pig. Stop projecting, fat pig. Kicked me, thank God.
Yeah, and I was saying at birth.
You should let the train run over the Nazi.
Yeah, I was saying at birth. I'm not saying somebody who's and is forfeited their rights.
So watch this. That's a paradox then, right? Because who's gonna let the yes it is, because it's all about value, correct? Like, who do you value? Oh, I don't value this person, right? So I'll let hold on. I'm gonna let the train run over the person. Hold on, I'm gonna let the train run over the person I don't value the most. Is that what you're saying, right? I'm gonna let the train run over the person I don't value.
No, I'm saying nobody would value that person more than
Nobody would value that person. Is that what you're saying?
That's the point that we all.
You're saying, but you're using a term saying nobody. But what about the people that represent that person?
Okay, I'm gonna see what's on next, and then I'm gonna end this.
Use my thing. It's not a goose, or it's the wrong word. It's a cookie, and I go and I click through the ad, and then I purchase. And so I'm only going to advertise on a site if it's driving sales, right? So I don't think, I understand what you're saying, why leave when it gets exposed that it's bots. But ultimately, if they were there, they were only paying for the ads if they were generating revenue and sales, or at least interactions on their website. Otherwise, these companies are going to leave, right? So I'm not understanding your statement. Can you just go over that again?
Look at companies, when you look at the ad buys and the companies that fled, these are all
companies that implemented DEI, woke policies, and were very much anti-Trump. And so, and not to mention Big Pharma, not to mention, the military-industrial complex, not to mention a host of other avenues. That was the bread and butter revenue behind Twitter 1.0 prior to Elon taking it over. And all of that was manufactured engagement. So the question really becomes, Cyber, is why would a company that's that successful knowingly spend their money on artificial engagement on a platform and then be mad when that's exposed by the new owner and shown to them in a presentation, the artificial engagement and the plan to remove that so that they get an actual genuine return on their investment, and they take all of their money and leave? That's the question that nobody wanted to ask.
So let me answer that. There's two reasons. One is they're just funding people they wanted to fund, meaning they wanted to fund Twitter because it allowed them to push narratives. That's option number one, that they weren't actually doing it for advertising interaction because they weren't actually interested in driving whatever you want to call it, sales, and they were more interested with supporting their friends and driving narratives to the intelligentsia class, the writer, author, whatever you want to call it, news class that was on Twitter. That's option number one. Or option number two is that they actually were driving sales and they were overpaying maybe for the ads, but it justified ROI, and that they actually just left because, like you said, it was all DEI hyping companies that wanted to.
Would work on something like that, Chris, is there would actually be metrics. There is tracking, so there's ad tracking and ad tracking identification, so you can tell if somebody purchases.
There's a lawsuit filed by Elon Musk and X, and they showed the metrics and return on the investment because every purchase, everything on this platform is tracked to the T. They showed the evidence. They showed that their engagement was manufactured. They showed that it didn't translate to the sales that would have justified the spend, and then they showed that their sales increased when those bot farms were removed under Elon Musk. One of his first moves he did, he obviously pledged to start to eliminate the bots. He showed all of that, and they still left because he had documentation, communication.
That's a critical part of that. But making sure
a coordinated effort to cripple X and force it into bankruptcy. So all of this stuff's been filed in the courts. And so that's my simple point. And so I'm just simply saying the platform has to be swapped out, but they can't do it because they almost bankrupted the company after Elon purchased it.
So you're saying it's thesis number one, that these companies were simply paying for ads that they knew weren't translating into sales because they wanted to influence a small group of people, or they wanted to support a company that was influencing a small group of people.
Well, I can explain it this way, Chris.
That's part of it, and I would also argue some of those same companies are matching dollar for dollar out of people's paychecks towards specific NGOs and nonprofits like the Sunrise Foundation. So people's paychecks.
Can I try to explain why and how it works?
Really quick, people's paychecks they're having funds taken out, and a lot of these Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies, they have their paycheck, these employees' paychecks to contribute to the community. These companies want to match dollar for dollar, or sometimes even more, the contributions up to a certain amount if they give to a nonprofit that helps in the community. Well, guess what? Some of those nonprofits were at Sunrise Foundation, the Bail Fund in Minneapolis, that bailed for the Summer of Love and the rioters in Minneapolis. I mean, so these are liberal NGO organizations that have been behind the entire attack on this administration, not just in the courts but also in the streets, and a lot of these companies are matching dollar for dollar the paychecks. People don't know that, or they don't want to talk about that, but that's just the reality. That is the case. I have screenshots, so I mean, there's no dispute that that's the case. And if you do work for one of those companies, go to your portal, go to your HR portal, and if your company matches dollar for dollar those things, look at the organizations they give to. You're probably going to be a little shocked.
say hi to Beetle, and then I'm going to shut down the space. I know I added some people. I just got to go do some stuff right now. But I wanted to hear from Zigos and Hazem what went down in D.C., but the whole day and the whole space got effed because of a certain situation. So unless something crazy happens, I'm not talking about Epstein anymore. We did not cover any of the important stuff and the news that went on all over the world today, including all the amazing things that Donald Trump did and said today. And we're stupider for it. Although I enjoy spending my time with you guys. And we wasted like an entire day without really obviously we learned stuff from each other, but not the level and depth of stuff that we normally learn. And so we got psyoped essentially, but all not for naught, because we're all learning interesting things. But now I got to do some actual research work on some stuff. So I was just wondering, Hazem and Zigos, anything major that we need to know from Trump stuff today that would be shocking and we need to know before tomorrow, by any chance, or no? Is anybody awake, Hazem?
I'm here. I got nothing. I've been focused a little bit on what's happening in Abu Dhabi.
What happened in Abu Dhabi?
Well, two private jets landed at the same time. One coming from Tel Aviv and the other carrying Syrian President Shah yesterday morning at 10 a.m. So
there are reports of him meeting with an Israeli delegation in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah. That we knew. That happened yesterday, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we knew
well, you have to remember they're both coming to Washington at certain time. And there's a lot of...
The Shah is not going to come to the U.S. before September, before the UNGA. So that's the time frame people are working within right now.
Wait, why can't he come before the what?
The UN General Assembly meetings in September. There's just no plan for it at this point.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that accurate, Zigos?
Yes. The meeting is set up in September. But they will use that, so they bring him in as a president of Syria, where he can negotiate on the country's behalf.
Okay, all right.
It's moving at super speed, like Hazem knows. This is fast. Usually these things take years, and they're taking weeks.
Days.
Yeah. Days. Okay, and that lightning speed is happening because the U.S. is actually functioning effectively, or is it other powers that be?
It's a situation very unique to Syria right now. I don't think we're functioning as efficiently, I wouldn't say effectively, but efficiently on other agendas right now. We're busy with Epstein, remember? But
it was a one-day detour.
Yeah, but listen,
we had to get it out of our system, Azim. We had to get it out of our system. It had to. I'm being serious too. Cognitively, I think we all had to get it out, and we can get back to work.
Satisfied right now? Is everybody's happy?
I am, and Stealth just broke the news, right? Like, there are some domestic things. I watched the cabinet meeting. There's some very positive news that can be talked about. There's very interesting things that were discussed and talked about. I know some of it was negative, like the fact that, the federal government gave California $4 billion. They spent $15 billion and didn't lay, even 1 foot of the high-speed rail. So, I mean, that's not a positive note, but they're definitely doing something about it. They're going to cut the funds. But there is a bunch of different positive things that are happening that were discussed during that cabinet meeting. And I kind of like the way that Trump lashed out when they asked Pam Bondi about the Epstein stuff, because he was right. I think that's just Trump's instinct. They're basically desecrating the whole thing. It was all positive news, good news. And then, the Epstein stuff had to come up and kind of, throw the wrench into the works.
About the tragedy in Texas, and they're desecrating the tragedy that we're talking about in Texas with this bullshit, essentially. So that's what that was in reference to when he said desecrating. Yeah.
I'm going to tomorrow if as you know, we have guests to sit down. So
somebody's talking, and I can't hear who's talking while Hazem's talking. Who's talking?
Zigos to Hazem simultaneously.
Zigos was talking. I couldn't hear anything, actually.
Zigos, can you
Zigos, go ahead and say something.
hear me, Hazem?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Did you hear about the change of the name for Hezbollah to a new name? Should I send you that document?
Oh, fuck.
Is that real or is that a joke?
No, fuck. So
I don't have a sense of humor, Charlie. I don't joke.
I think it's a joke.
Did they change it to Hezbroka?
No, I can't do it from where I am because it's not secure. But tomorrow, when I get home tomorrow, I will send it to you, Stealth.
Okay.
It's a document about their changing. It's a directive from Iran.
Are they gonna have new branding and new accounts and stuff?
Yeah. I send it to you, Hazem. I can't.
Is this gonna be like the rebranding of the Redskins? Are they gonna go with like the Washington?
That's funny.
Commanders of Allah. Yeah, there you go.
They're over here getting orders from like an intern that's the only one left in the regime sending orders out.
Yeah, it's the graphic designers who's in charge right now.
But
I promise you IOUs if you change your name.
Barack and Donald Trump were very disappointed with the answer that the Troika in Lebanon gave to Barack. Barack kept it like a kind of a diplomatic.
Barack who?
Don Barack. I called him Barack.
Yeah, I called him Barack.
Yeah.
Listen, he's from my hometown. He's like my.
Oh, that's right.
He comes from Zahli, my hometown.
Actually, the big rumor right now running around in the region is that the U.S. is going to hand over the Lebanon file to the Syrian president as punishment for the Lebanese for their, lack of effort and lack of progress.
I read that joke.
Are you serious?
It's more than a joke right now. See, it's more than a joke. It seems to be getting some traction, and people are asking questions.
Hazem, you're going into the conspiracy again. There's no cure for that. So listen, Habibi, my love.
Does the file include Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, probably. Listen, they're talking about giving Syria, Tripoli, and south of Sidon all the way to the border of Israel, and the Syrians now are talking that Lebanon never existed, should be part of Syria. It's the same Omi, again and again.
Oh, but the Assad family's back. It's like the Assad family's back.
Well, listen.
Hold on, that narrative predates the Assad family. Let's be honest.
That's true. But that's what I remember from following it. Yeah.
Are you telling me that Syrian girl is running the negotiations? Because that's what it sounds like. That's the same narrative. But
No, Israel's gonna get a good deal on this.
I saw her on video. She's one unfortunate looking person. I hate to say it, but I was shocked the way she looked. She's her proportions are weird.
Like a Kardashian?
No, worse. Weird. Not human weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to explain. But back to the things happening.
Like the Oz remake?
There should be no first cousin marriage. I'm sticking with that narrative from now on.
Fair enough.
Like yesterday. No, I'm not saying that. Maybe she should back both talks.
Tomorrow, we have guests in town, and tomorrow is more of like a social day. So I'm gonna be AWOL for a bit during the day, but late in the evening, hopefully I can join you and tell you about cool things that happen.
Will there be barbecued meat and some sort of spritzers?
No, what are you talking about barbecued meat? What are you talking about?
He said tomorrow's an off day. He's gonna be hanging out, doing some fun stuff.
Nobody says barbecue and spritzers in the same.
I know. I was being humorous. What did he say? Didn't he just say he's taking a day off tomorrow?
No, he said tomorrow's a
No, he's got work to do. It's the opposite. Okay, sorry.
Point out that Charlie's most Canadian line today is barbecue spritzers.
I've never used that line in my entire life. I swear to God, I was trying to say
It's never been spoken before. AI is gonna love on that one. That just jammed up AI, right?
Some white claws and barbecue.
Charlie, every while I forget that you're Canadian, and then you remind me.
Exactly. Well, Cyprus also, so I think so we have another problem.
swear, I don't think I've used the word spritzer since I was like 17. That might be the first time I used the word spritzer.
You're gay because you play video games. I'm going back to my argument that
Too many video games.
Hey,
He turned gay.
Hey, you play video games as adult males, you're all gay. Anyways, and you're gay to let your kids play them when they're
And the frogs are also super gay, for sure.
What?
The frogs are also super gay. For
No,
real.
I think it's rock. I think it's rock. Rock is very gay. But, still has them unextended in the stuff there. Anyway, but you get to have, an interesting day.
You get to hang out in like a better state, so there's that. Yeah. I'm in DC at the end of the day, so I deserve a good day every once in a while.
That's true.
Or maybe he will be having spritzers after all. That's what it sounds like he's going back to the spritzer.
No
That's not good.
Mute your mic.
What?
I said I'm about to mute his mic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Chaya is trying to close the space, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to close the space. I'm in the bathroom. Anyways,
We need a little bit of a laugh at the end of that one.
No, we totally need a laugh. You know, sometimes when you get recent filler, apparently, well, I know this for other reasons, not for my own, but I've never done filler or anything like that, but when you get filler overfilled or recent filler and recent Botox, sometimes you can feel a little bit swollen or things look out of proportion has them, so, never know, sometimes...
Surprisingly, I've never personally had that problem. I cannot identify with this, sorry.
I understand, yeah, so... Don't judge a girl on her worst day on camera, perhaps, But
Hey, look, Steph, you got two people that got their hands up. It's Adrian and Beetle. Do you want to let them chime in? They might have something.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I was going to say they might have something important.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you guys were talking about rock earlier. Now, it's take clips for everything you say in a space or on X is being listened to by Grok, and it's being profiled and put a little bio under your profile. So if you want to read your own bio that Grok's composed, have at it. It's at the top of your profile page with a little circle and a line through it. Grok will write down everything that you talked about during the day, and then your spaces put up a little bio about you.
What do you mean it puts up a little bio? What do you mean it puts up a bio? Where?
Okay, for instance, if I went to your profile page and I clicked on the little rock symbol, it says about Stealth Medical, little bio, it says Stealth Medical is a passionate commentator on national security and global politics, diving deep into issues like Israel defense strategies and critiquing socialist ideologies. What's that word?
Ideologies.
Thank you. Stealth Medical dives into global issues from Hamas hostage stories to fake account scandals, sparking lively X-debates. And then it quotes something I think might have said, L.A. Rosenberg for hosting top news space.
Sorry, Beetle. This is not based on spaces. This is based on her posts. Grok, according to what we understand, only analyzes tweets, not space engagement.
It does it on spaces too. It takes part of what you say in spaces too, because I was in a space earlier and I was talking about how one time Grok said I was doing guitar giveaways, and someone pulled up mine and read it and it didn't have anything about guitar giveaways, and they pulled it up after I made that comment. They said I was giving away guitars again, which I would never do because I can't afford the guitar I want by myself.
Currently yours, Beetle says Beetle Bailey 66 is a patriotic music enthusiast who hosts lively discussions on faith, freedom, and hard-hitting truths, inviting followers to join the conversation and stay for surprises.
Good. The guitar giveaways is out of my mind. That makes me happy.
Yeah, that's good. So Charlie, I did post in the Purple Pill and up in the Nest your barbecue and spritzer.
Hold on. I have to check that. Barbecue and spritz. I'm so sorry about that phrase. I apologize to the audience.
It's a post of John Fortin's barbecue. I'm gonna use that in quotation marks because it's the best.
Like I could have easily instantly said barbecue and bourbon, and it would have sounded 80%, 800% cooler. But
no, it wouldn't. Because you said barbecue meat. Nobody says
Okay, I missed everything that Beatles said, but I came in when you were making fun of Charlie Puth. That was what the problem was. It was the barbecue meat comment. The meat part was weird. It was just weird. Like,
you missed it. The Beatles gave everybody here a guitar.
I'm gonna eat my barbecue meat with a spritzer in my white pants.
Sounds like you're about to eat dick. I'm sorry. I just can't. Why is everybody so shocked? I'm deleting the space anyway. So I just was like, when I heard it, I was like, oh God. Sounds like some cheap prostitute from Syria and runs Twitter Spaces.
Come on, like barbecue expensive.
Not you, Hazem. God forbid, not you.
How did we get to that? It was bad enough with the spritzers.
And also Zelensky at the same time.
What did Zelensky do? What happened? What happened? Tell me, yes.
Hold on, Vito was about to give us a guitar.
What happened?
Yeah, there we go. We're trying to get a guitar.
Don't start that. No, I'm not giving away guitars. No.
He goes, what happened?
Just giving everybody on the space a guitar. Thank you, Vito.
Okay, what were you trying to say, Zigos?
I'm saying,
what's the color guitar I want?
I just sent you a document. Read it.
Oh, we're not waiting for the secured servers, blah, blah, blah?
No, that's not it, but read that one.
Hey,
Christopher wants a black guitar.
No, it better not. What should I... Barbie came back. Barbie, are you okay? Barbie, should I delete the space or not? That's my question.
We missed you, Barbie.
I needed a break, honestly, before I really lost my temper and said something I would have regret on a recorded space. I decided I'm not.
Good choice. You didn't miss much. Good choice.
No, it was a disaster. No, so should I delete the space or not is my question to you.
Yeah, delete it. It's been a weird space. I signed in like twice and I just left.
Yeah,
Beatle's still giving out the guitars, so he's gonna give a red one to Hazim and Chris.
Thank you,
I forget what color Chris wanted. Chris, you get red.
Chris gets black.
Okay. So Zigos, that cannot happen. So we have to put that out to media and run a huge press thing on it to stop that from happening, or is that for sure happening?
No, I have to confirm it from 2 more different sources.
Wait, can you share? Like, you send it to me, Goose?
I'll call you when I Hazem, when I close the space. No, Hazem, when I close the space, I'll call you and I'll talk to you if Zigos lets me.
That's it.
And it was seen as yeah.
But what Sharon did at the time, right? So didn't he block those people into an area and then he